transform your energy, transform your life, transform our world. Join healers from around the globe, free and online, Sunday the 19th of July, from 2 p.m. British Summer Time. See you there. Global Namaste. This is energy healing. Transform your energy, transform your life, transform our world. Join healers from around the globe, free and online, Sunday the 19th of July, from 2 p.m. British Summer Time. See you there. Global Namaste. This is energy healing. Transform your energy, transform your life, transform our world. Join healers from around the globe, free and online, Sunday the 19th of July, from 2 p.m. British Summer Time. See you there. Global Namaste. This is energy healing. Transform your energy, transform your life, transform our world. Join healers from around the globe, free and online, Sunday the 19th of July, from 2 p.m. British Summer Time. See you there. Global Namaste. This is energy healing. Transform your energy, transform your life, transform our world. Join healers from around the globe, free and online, Sunday the 19th of July, from 2 p.m. British Summer Time. See you there. Global Namaste. This is energy healing. Transform your energy, transform your life, transform our world. Join healers from around the globe, free and online, Sunday the 19th of July, from 2 p.m. British Summer Time. See you there. Global Namaste. This is energy healing. Transform your energy, transform your life, transform our world. Join healers from around the globe, free and online, Sunday the 19th of July, from 2 p.m. British Summer Time. See you there. Global Namaste. This is energy healing. Transform your energy, transform your life, transform our world. Join healers from around the globe, free and online, Sunday the 19th of July, from 2 p.m. British Summer Time. See you there. Global Namaste. This is energy healing. Transform your energy, transform your life, transform our world. Join healers from around the globe, free and online, Sunday the 19th of July, from 2 p.m. British Summer Time. See you there. Global Namaste. This is energy healing. Transform your energy, transform your life, transform our world. Join healers from around the globe, free and online, Sunday the 19th of July, from 2 p.m. British Summer Time. See you there. Global Namaste. This is energy healing. Transform your energy, transform your life, transform our world. Join healers from around the globe, free and online, Sunday the 19th of July, from 2 p.m. British Summer Time. See you there. Global Namaste. This is energy healing. Transform your energy, transform your life, transform our world. Join healers from around the globe, free and online, Sunday the 19th of July, from 2 p.m. British Summer Time. See you there. Global Namaste. This is energy healing. Transform your energy, transform your life, transform our world. Join healers from around the globe, free and online, Sunday the 19th of July, from 2 p.m. British Summer Time. See you there. Global Namaste. This is energy healing. Transform your energy, transform your life, transform our world. Join healers from around the globe, free and online, Sunday the 19th of July, from 2 p.m. British Summer Time. See you there. Global Namaste. This is energy healing. Transform your energy, transform your life, transform our world. Join healers from around the globe, free and online, Sunday the 19th of July, from 2 p.m. British Summer Time. See you there. Global Namaste. This is energy healing. Transform your energy, transform your life, transform our world. Join healers from around the globe, free and online, Sunday the 19th of July, from 2 p.m. British Summer Time. See you there. Global Namaste. This is energy healing. Transform your energy, transform your life, transform our world. Join healers from around the globe, free and online, Sunday the 19th of July, from 2 p.m. British Summer Time. See you there. Global Namaste. This is energy healing. Transform your energy, transform your life, transform our world. Join healers from around the globe, free and online, Sunday the 19th of July, from 2 p.m. British Summer Time. See you there. Global Namaste. This is energy healing. Transform your energy, transform your life, transform our world. Join healers from around the globe, free and online, Sunday.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Global Namaste. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all the viewers. I'm Amrita Sharma, the host of this episode, and I welcome you to Energy Healing episode. A different topic, vibrant energies, and a lot more to talk about it. We'll have great panel of experts for you. We'll be chatting, discussing, and they'll be showing their talent and also sharing their experiences, expertise on the topic of energy healing. Before we talk about that, let's chant Gayatri Mantra. You can hold any affirmation of your choice. Energy is all about giving and taking. The reception, first of all, comes from the Almighty. And that's why this energy that heals each one of us should come from within. And therefore, with a smile on the face, a long deep breath, joining our hands together, closing an eyes. As the eyes close, we go deep inside ourselves. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodaya. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodaya. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodaya. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Welcome. As we all bring to you new and diverse topics each week and every Sunday that influences each one of us, that is a part of the journeys of our life, today's topic itself is very vibrant. As the trend of wellness industry is flourishing worldwide, people are adapting different kind of modes and modalities, using different therapeutic techniques to find peace within. It doesn't only work for enhancing their journey towards life and the longevity, but also helps them to change themselves, to make themselves better, to cure themselves from diseases, and much more. And that's the huge science of energy healing. Various therapies from worldwide, may it be Reiki, may it be Tai Chi, may it be Qigong, may it be Marmas, may it be acupressure, crystal healing, stone massages, healing from the vibes or mantras, it has a tremendous potential to talk about itself. The energy that vibrates within us, the energy that heals us, but what it is, how it works, how can I use it in my day-to-day life, and what benefits it can give me for curing different diseases, whether it is physical disorders or mental disorders, we will be telling you right back. So, therefore, today's episode, I welcome everyone and all the guests who have joined us to share, to cheer, and to joyously enjoy today's episode as we have great panel of experts with us. We'll be chanting, discussing, talking, sharing, and also giving you some insights on energy healing. I'm very glad to have with me different guests today, where I warmly welcome our resident guest from United Kingdom, Dr. Kailash Parekh. Global Namaste, a very good afternoon, and a warm welcome to Energy Healing episode. Kindly unmute yourself.
Sorry, thank you.
Over to you. Yes.
Namaste, everyone. Thank you so much, Amritaji, and welcome to everybody, all our special speakers today as well. I'm really looking forward to this episode, Amritaji. Like you said, this topic, it's a topic that when I was introduced, I was quite confused. How can this energy healing actually heal me? That was the question. But then I got into it, and I've done Reiki myself. I've done pranic, breathing, the stone techniques, and all this. And it's amazing how energized you feel. When you talk about healing, it comes in different forms. Even just taking a walk in the nature is healing for me as well. It's that, being close to that Mother Earth, it's part of healing. And I know we've got a wide range of speakers here today with different perspectives, and I'm really looking forward to this episode, learning more. But I really do agree with what you said. It's something that it's natural, and it's there for us to access. It's a complementary thing as well. So we know everybody should practice this really in some form or the other. And what biggest thing that we can do is to be close to nature. I think we can just go out and just go near the nature, and you feel good. And there's that breathing as well, staying with positive people as well is a part of energy healing. People with good intentions as well can lift you up. People with lots of wisdom. I find that when I'm with somebody, they can really get into, when I have that intellectual discussion, it really uplifts me. And that for me is like an energy healing. That positive words have some energies to it, and that uplifts me as well. So hopefully our speakers will kind of touch on those things. But yeah, absolutely, I'm looking forward to this episode today and listen to our speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kailash. It's really nice, and I am glad to welcome our episode producer of one part of this, one half of the episode actually. And she herself is an energy healer. She herself practices Reiki. She herself do crystal healing, pranic healing, breath works, and lot more. And I'm very happy and glad to welcome Kirill Merchant with us. Global Namaste, a very warm welcome and good afternoon.
Global Namaste. Thank you, Amrita. Thank you, Nishitji. Everyone, thank you for coming here and enjoying the energy basis of how it works in surrounding everything with our physical spirit and all the way with energy healing. Basically, I love this topic, and I have told our dynamic Neil Kumar for this topic to go for our sessions, because we haven't done one of our sessions, which we have never done this. So I suggested Neil Kumar ji, let's do the energy healing session, which will be very interesting, and everything will be something different topic every week. So why not this? So, shall I start, Amrita?
Yes, please go ahead. And we are really ready to go today with all our guests. And who is our first guest whom we really look forward to, Kiralji?
Yes, our own Vandana Vithlani. which I will definitely introduce about her. But before that, I have put something about the energy. When we start, we want to know about the energy. So I have written something for everyone. What is exactly energy? Before that, we start, I wanted to talk about energy. So we all come to know what exactly is energy. Okay. So energy healing is a sacred practice that helps us to release the blocks, raise our vibration, and reconnect us with inner peace and divine wisdom. Today, I invite you to keep your heart open, let go of expectations, and simply allow yourself to receive the beautiful healing energy that is meant for your highest good. So, today we'll start with our dynamic, beautiful actress, um, Vandana Vithlani. So, I will introduce her a small introduction for you who she is. Okay, so Vandana Vithlani is a seasoned actress with over two decades of experience across television, films, theater, and digital content. She is best known for her immensely popular portrayal of Urmila Shah in Saath Nibhana Satya. She has performed her roles across leading television networks, including Star Plus, Colors TV, Zee TV, Dangal TV, and Star Bharat. Her extensive body of work is television, films, and Gujarati theatres. Reflects popularity among audiences. She's not an actress but also a healer. Imagine how beautiful is our people who really works for energy healing with this work. So over to Vandana Vitlani.
Mhm. Thank you, Hiral, for inviting me. Thank you all, and Jai Shri Krishna from Vandana Vithlani.
Yes, what you're going to talk about today?
I am going to talk about numbers, numerology,
Wow.
and it's going to be very interesting story. I just don't want to talk. I want to tell you all a story of numbers, that
Wow.
how it is connected with ourselves and how it really works in our day-to-day life. Okay, so can I start? Because you have
Yes.
given me very less time, so I have to make it little quick. Okay,
Yes.
everybody. So I feel, just imagine that you all are standing in front, outside your home. So what you can see? Can anybody say what you can see?
A
The
landscape
door,
or door. Okay.
landscape, the road, the buildings outside your home. Okay. And just imagine a pink elephant is standing right in front of your door. And on the pink elephant, there is a langur, white color, gray monkey. Okay. It's not a monkey, it's a langur. Now they are walking on the road and they are going away from the path, from the home, away. They are walking away. Just imagine that they are walking away and they have reached in a barren land. There's nothing. And now from that land, they are seeing far away one kingdom. So they said, okay, this kingdom looks very nice. And from far away, we can see the palace is also beautiful. So let's go and meet the king. So they start walking towards the kingdom. As they reach there, they see the kingdom is like surrounded by huge wall. It is protected by huge wall. So how to enter the kingdom? So they walk little ahead, and then they see a door, a huge door. Now it was closed. What is to be done? So then they saw a small door in that on that huge door, like a small entry. So there was nobody. So the pink elephant and the langur, they skipped into. They went inside and they are seeing like there are houses of same pattern, houses of same design. different people are there. And from there, there is a road going towards the palace. It's very far, and they are seeing that palace. So they want to go there to meet the king. Now, who is king? King is sun, a planet sun, which is number one. Who is king? What he does? He takes care of the kingdom people. He is the leader. When he talks, everybody is silent. That is king. He gives all the advices for the betterment of the kingdom. And he is the authority, he is the dominant person. That's the quality of number one. Number one is a leader. It's like a sunshine. And then they started walking towards the kingdom. Now they are saying, okay, we will meet the king. But what about the queen? She's also there. She has to be there. When king is there, the queen is also going to be there. And what is queen? Queen is the support system of the king. And queen is moon, number two. So number two is what? It is they're giving lot of support to number one. So it has the quality of support giving. Queen is very nurturing, taking care of their children, their family. So even number two, it's taking care of family, children, and the people around her. And she's sometimes very emotional also, and very rare to get angry. But when she gets angry, it's like she takes upside down. So when the king comes in the room, it's all done. So that's the queen. Now, as they were walking, suddenly there is a shadow, like a black man came in front of them, and they got scared. They tried to talk to him, but as they went near him, he disappeared. They said, "Oh God, think about it. Okay, let's um, let's go ahead. We have to go to palace." Okay, so they started walking. As they were walking, a man came from a building. He had books in his hands, and he just came and sat in front of, like, stand in front of the elephant and asked, "Who are you all? How did you come? And what do you want? Where do you want to go?" So the elephant said that we want to go and meet we want to go and meet the king and the queen. Okay, but king is very busy today. He won't be able to meet. And have you taken the appointment? They said, "No, we have not taken the appointment." Okay, then you have to wait. So go straight and then take a right, and there is a garden. You can sit there and wait. So they started walking. But here, who was that man with a book in his hand? He was a teacher, guru, number three, who gives knowledge, who distributes knowledge. And without even asking you, saw, he gave all the knowledge, all the guidance that you go straight, you go right, then you sit in the garden. That was not asked also by the elephant, but he gave, because teacher is always giving knowledge, guidance to their student. Now that way, three number. It's a number of guidance, gives knowledge. It likes to give knowledge also and take knowledge also. But teacher, three number, doesn't like cheaters. They really don't like cheaters. So when somebody is cheating or not doing good, the three number people, they get a headache. That's the sign. Now, the teacher went away, and elephant and monkey also started walking towards the garden. They were sitting in the garden, and they said, "Let's go and meet the king now." So as they were going, suddenly that black shadow man literally came in front of them. And then when they wanted to talk to them, he disappeared again. Who was that? That was number 4, Shadow, Rahu, a mysterious kind of person, mysterious number. And yes, 4 number is very powerful in its own way. It's he likes to party, he likes to go for disco, he wants to enjoy his life also, but he loves money. He loves money very much. Every time he thinks about money, 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 how to earn money. And in that he can take a shortcut also. And what is shortcut? Share market, stocks. He invests in that. And every time, each and every second, 4 number, it's keep on thinking if I will invest in this, how this much return I will get. If I invest in this much return I will get. That's number 4. And number 4 is again a number of principle also. He or she wants everything to be perfect. It should be in this place. My stuff should be in proper place. It should be in a proper way. If it is not, then he gets quiet. He gets angry. That is number 4. So he came and he disappeared because he didn't want to talk. Now the elephant said, it's enough now. I have to go and meet the king. So let's start walking. So as they started walking, suddenly 4, 5 cars are coming and they block the way. And there comes a man suited, booted, and sits in the car and goes away with other cars protecting his car, and the car went away. As the car went away, they saw that at the gate, the king and the queen are standing. So they thought, now we can meet the king and queen. But with king and queen, there was a child. A 12 to 15-year-old child was standing with them. And he had a toy in his hand, which that man had given. And he was very happy. And a child, he was like, he loves to wear colors. He loves to wear clothes, but he doesn't know what to wear, what style he should wear. And why? What is Pi? Pi is Mercury, the prince. He is very moody. He has his own rules. If he has his own rules, he can break his own rules. And he does that also. He breaks his own rules. If he wants to play, he will play with his rules and he will break also if he doesn't want to play. He is happy-go-lucky. And 5 number, what you can say? 5 number will not remove money from its piggy bank unless and until he feels it's right. So 5 number is a money manager number. It manages your money very nicely. So you can always take advice from 5 number. That's it. Now the elephant said, let's go and meet. So as they were walking towards the gate, one priest is coming out from the palace and stops their way. Where are you going? Whom you want to meet? So elephant said, we want to meet the king and the queen. Said, without appointment, you cannot meet. But these people, the guests have already left and we can meet him now. He is not busy. He is free now. So no, rules are rules. You have to take appointment and you have to meet. So again, elephant and monkey were very sad. So the priest said, now as you have come till so far, come with me to my temple. And you can talk to me and ask me whatever you want to ask. I will answer. Elephant and monkey said, okay, let's go. Now, as they were walking, they asked the priest, who was that man who was suited, booted, and went in the car? And that car went to the same building from where the 3 number teacher had come. All the car went in. The person, suited, booted person, came out of the car. He gave bundle of money to everybody and he went away. And even he gave the clothes which was he was wearing it, he removed it, packed it, and gave it away. Who was he? He was a principal. He was very rich. Principal, he was a guru. He had connections with king. And what is Venus? Six number. Number of luxury, number of wealth, number of money. They love everything tip and top. It should be perfect. The color should be matching. It should be to the place. And they are very sweet. They talk very sweetly and they can remove the work from the person they want to. They know how to utilize the utilities of the resources. They are that smart. And they love to take knowledge, but they will give the knowledge only when they feel that they are going to get some kind of advantage to it. Otherwise, they are not interested in giving. They are only interested in receiving. That's number 6. Now, here, the elephant and priest and monkey, they were walking towards the temple. They went to the temple. The temple was huge. It had a very calming feeling. So they sat in the temple. And where they sat, they saw a table where the priest went and sat. It had some books nearby. Then there was a small house of the priest next to the temple that was also having lots of books. And when they looked around, the place looked little okay type. It was not like the colors of the wall were not matching. It was everything was very different, and it was not soothing the environment. It was not matching. It was like here there was a blue color, here there was a yellow color. So elephant was very curious to ask priest, what it is, why so? So the priest said, it's okay. That's what? That's number 7. That is another shadow planet. Rahu, nahi, Ketu. That's Ketu, 7 number. For them, everything is okay. Why? Because it doesn't have head. It has only lower body. And because of that, they can't see. So it's okay for them. If any color is there is no problem for them. But yeah, they are very analytical, deep researcher. They love to read books, whether history, whether any ancient book, or whether any deity, holy books, everything they love to read. And they are so much into knowledge that sometimes they are not even satisfied that no, whatever I have received, it's still not what I want. They are never satisfied. So here they are contradicting their own sentence. Sometimes they are like, it's okay, everything is fine. And sometimes it's no, 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 I want this. This is not perfect. So sometimes they have dual face. That is where they go into depression also, because they really don't know exactly what they want. That is what happens. And as they were talking, the priest and the elephant, there comes an old man with white hair, white beard, and a stick holding. And as he's walking, he's very slow, he's very old. As he's coming near them, he suddenly saw the elephant. He started asking, who are you? What is your name? Where have you come from? Have you got a phone? Are you taking any photos and sending it to somebody? What are you looking for? Tell me everything from the scratch. Everything. I want to know everything from the zero. Zero till now. So what is that? That is number 8, Saturn. Saturn is a number which is like a judge. Judge wants to know everything from scratch. Otherwise, how will he give the judgment? he will not be able to get the judgment from a piece of stone, because stone also, he wants to know the whole story of the stone. That is what number 8 is
And
about.
then,
But
yeah,
number 8,
Vandana ji,
yeah,
yeah, could you please wind up quickly because we are,
yeah, it's just 2 minutes now. Last number. Okay, last one number.
thank you.
And uh, an 8 number is again a finance number. It can advise you where to invest and how to invest. It is also a money manager number. As they were talking, suddenly the whole lot of soldiers came, and the walls started vibrating, and something very unusual started happening. So when the soldiers came, from there comes the commander. Then commander was like, why is this old man is harassing them? Why they are asking so much? So he said to the old man that you talk to the priest and please rest. I will handle it. And the commander comes and asks, Elephant, what's your name? Why you have come? They say there, what is their name? They have come to meet the king and queen. Oh, you cannot meet the king because you have not taken the appointment. So let me take you to the gate, and you have to leave. Now, who's that? That's number 9. Number 9 asked everybody everything, but in a shortcut and very nicely, very comforting them. They didn't feel at all that we are being, attacked by anybody. So that's number 9. Number 9 knows how to talk, how to be in a humanity and make the people comfortable. So then he took them away, he took them to the gate, and while going to the gate, he asked that nobody, not a single security people asked you to sign in the registration, or didn't ask you why you want to go inside. So they said there was nobody. I said, okay. He said, it's okay. I'll take care of it. And he asked them to leave. So they both left. And then he shut the door, locked the door, and the commander took left, right, center of all the people, of all the soldiers and the security guard. So that's number 9. Follow the rules. If you go against the rule, I will not allow it. So this was the
That's
story of
amazing.
number.
Great, great. Thank you, Vandana ji. And it was so interesting. It was really interesting. So, Amrita, what do you think about your number? Who are you as a number? Which is
I
your
really have
number?
no.
Your birth date number.
But it's a very, very interesting story. I think this neurological system and numerology itself is very nice. And Vandanaji, you have told in such a nice and a beautiful way to make people understand that I myself is very fascinated. My number, I think, is 8. And I was
Wow.
like, so
You are a
hearing
money
that,
manager.
well,
Yes, yes.
And I
Nisha
tell
ji
you,
knows.
whatever, I didn't say that 8 number, they go through a lot of struggles, they go through a lot of hardships and all, but they can come out of it like in a second. They have that
yeah,
solution also.
that's
So
the correct
whatever
point you
comes.
have.
Yeah,
You
and
got.
you know where to save money, how to save money. You are a big, finance money manager. 5
Yes,
number
yes.
and
We all
8 number.
know. She's
5 and 8.
also managing our healing our earth since, I think, how many years? Many, like
So
from
many years,
COVID.
yeah, 2, 3 years,
Yeah. So
two,
yes,
2, 3 years.
definitely she is a number 8, definitely. So
Okay.
Thank
basically,
you.
yeah,
Yeah.
so basically,
Yes,
even
please.
I'm a numerologist, so I know about that how numbers really work. It really works. It is the personality of a person where we can really know about the person with numbers because we breathe with numbers, we are with numbers. We cannot be without numbers. So yes, it's a very very interesting, and I do believe in numbers. So thank you,
Hmm,
Vandana ji,
nice.
being an
I
actress
Thank
think
you.
and
Kailashji has one question. Yes, Kailashji, a quick question before we quickly move on to our next guest.
yes.
Yes, please.
Unmute myself. Yeah. Sorry, Vandana, that's really nice. Thank you so much. I'm
Thank
I
you.
love numerology. I'm into it. And I did a little study as well, and
Thank
looking
you.
at, like Kundalis and all these, the planets. So the story was beautiful. What's the last number 9? Was that Jupiter? Because you didn't mention the
Number
planet.
9 is Mars.
Oh,
Number
is it
9 is
Mars? Right.
Mars.
Okay. Right. Brilliant.
Okay.
So,
I actually I had to complete the story fast, so
yeah,
I forgot to say
yeah.
that number 9 is
9
Mars.
was.
I'm so sorry.
Thank
And
So,
I
you.
told Hiral that the story might go little longer because see, I have to say the properties
yeah,
and
yeah,
qualities of the people, so that takes time. I
yeah,
have not even
yeah.
like
But that
I've
was
not
beautiful, in
elaborated
fact.
much.
Yeah. So my
No,
question
no, that
was,
was wonderful.
sorry. So my question was, Avannaji, how this knowledge about the numerology, how does it help us with our healing? What's the connection? If you may just explain.
It's like when you know your numbers,
Mm-hmm.
you can vibrate at that number's capacity, and it is very beautiful. It's not only like you wear the stones or anything, but with that numbers quality, you can really meditate and you can vibrate. You write your number on the body, and that starts
Oh,
vibrating with your with your cells, with the body. I would with stones, I don't go much like you need to wear any gemstones because that is like very like for some years, like for 5 years you wear, then again you change it. But when you work with your body, work with your healing, like meditating on the numbers and writing on your body, that's very easy. That's
mm-hmm.
very easy.
Excellent.
And
Thank
you
you.
can wear the colors of the numbers, like sun has orange, so you can wear orange if you want to enhance your sun. If you want to enhance your moon, you can wear white. With Saturn, you can wear
Thank
blue.
you.
So
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. That was very,
Thank you
very,
so
very
much, Vandana ji. Thank you so much.
thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kailash
Thank
ji.
you.
Hiran, over to you. And please, it's time to invite our next guest who has joined us from India. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So
Uh,
next, our guest is
Rena,
very
can you
interesting.
landscape your
And
video? I request.
sorry, I can't hear you.
Dr. Rena, can you please landscape your video?
It has.
Um, the thing is that I am on my phone where I'm not able
No
to do it.
problem. Just
Yeah,
turn the phone. Yeah, just turn the phone. We'll guide you. Flip.
you want me to
Yes,
turn it
yes, yes,
horizontal?
yes. One more time. Please go ahead. One more time. Flip, flip. One more time. Uh, Screen is you're lopsided. So just turn the screen into landscape.
Once.
Anyhow, please proceed. Please
Okay.
proceed.
Okay. So basically, our best healer, also I know her personally, and it's a very interesting topic which she has took us in past, and I loved it. So let me talk about Reena Jogani. But first, let's introduce again energy. What is exactly energy? Your body speaks before your words do. An energy healer works with the subtle energy that often reflects what you're feeling, even before you express it. We have now Dr. Reena Jogani, which is going to talk about healing your relationships with energy work. So it's so beautiful and amazing. Even I don't know, doctor, what exactly you're going to do our relationships heal with you. So let's go for it. How you're going to heal our relationships.
So Hiral, okay, let me just thank everyone on this platform. I'm feeling so happy to be among all the healers and contribute this knowledge. There's nothing new that Hiral I'm going to speak. It's just everything that all of you know. It's just in bits and pieces that I've just collected from different places and which I'm going to just present it in a little systematic way But believe me, everything that I'm going to speak is nothing new. It's everything that everyone knows. But this formula that I'm going to give all of you all has worked like magic for me. And when in my sessions, I do it with my clients, I've always and always seen results. In fact, this step by step process that I'm going to guide and make you all go through, uh, I do it as a base of my any relationship counseling that I'm doing. It's like the base, it's like laying the foundation, and then you build the building on that. So if your foundation is strong, then the building that you're constructing on top of it is always going to be strong. So here we start. The part one of this presentation is that there is a very common phenomena that all of you know is law of attraction. Now, in this law of attraction, whatever you're vibrating with inside is what you're creating outside of you. So, if, for example, you have had a breakdown with someone, generally, what do? We vibrate with those negative emotions inside of us for the person in front. So we keep saying that he is not good, she is not good, she doesn't like me, she is very evil, she is very vindictive, she is not very supportive, she's not very helpful, kind. So when we vibrate with this negative emotions for the other person, what are we doing? We are exactly attracting that from the person in front of us. Now, according to neurolinguistics, whatever is your language inside is the reality and the experience that you are creating. So, what are we supposed to do? We are supposed to change the inner language. Now, how do we do the changing of inner language? First of all, we have to change the context. Now, what is the context? The context is that uh, why is this happening to me? It's like rather than focusing on the person in front of you, where we are blaming that person, our finger is always like this. We need to start reflecting inside, what have I done to create this break in this relationship? What can I do now to change this relationship? And the most important thing is we have to change the context in order to change the language inside. Now, what do you mean by changing the context? What is our first reaction in a breakdown relationship? We are raising fingers at the person in front. Rather than raising fingers for the person in front, reflect inside. There is a very common concept which is there in the healing world: done it all, been through it all, and seen through it all. Means that in this lifetime or previous lifetime, you have done something to create this break in this relationship. So when we stand in this powerful space of self responsibility, that it is me, because of me, something that I've done in the previous lifetime, there is a break in this relationship. Rather than saying you, half the battle is won when we stand in a powerful space of self responsibility. Now, any break in a relationship with the person in front is purely karmic. It's a karmic entanglement. If, for example, if you have sown Karela seeds, you will obviously, okay, if you have sown some bitter seeds, you will get a bitter fruit. If you have sown mangoes, you will get a mango fruit. This is like everyone knows this basic sense. So it's like this is a granary where you have grains. So on my top layer is very good fresh grains. Then the second layer is not very good grains. Then this layer is not very good grains. Then again you have a layer of good grains, and you have a layer of bad grains. So when I open the granary, the I am putting from top the good grains, but what is actually coming out is the bad grains. And I wonder, I have been putting good grains, and why is it that there are bad grains coming out? It's got nothing to do with what you're doing in this lifetime. It is somewhere in the last layer you have stored your bad grains, and when you're opening the granary, it's the bad grains which is coming out. So when we stand in the powerful space of self responsibility, that what have I done to create this relationship, and try to get out of the karmic entanglement with that person.
So,
That's
so Dr. Dr. Rina, I'm sorry interrupting, but do you think about this is the subconscious where we are talking about also? What do you think, all of you? You are muted. You are muted.
Okay, so let me just go through the 4 steps and then I will tell you that subconscious mind has a huge role to play in this. And we also need to work on our subconscious mind. So let me just complete the 4 things that is there in my mind. And then I'll address this question of yours because it's a very beautiful question. So what happens is when we are standing in that powerful space of self-responsibility in any broken relationship, that's where the magic starts. Because then you're taking the onus of that relationship. And believe me, Hiral, I have mended so many relationships in life, which let me just complete and then I'll tell you how it works because we just run through it. So
Yeah,
first,
time, huh?
no,
Be
no,
careful.
my presentation is only 5 minutes. It's just 10 minutes crisp.
Oh, done.
Not like a 20-minute thing. It's just, it'll be done in 5 minutes. So it's like when we have a negative flow of energy between two people, you have created that with the negative thoughts. You are thinking negative, the other person is thinking negative. Somewhere it has to break. Now, the other person, you don't have a control over the other person, you have a control on yourself. First thing that you do is, which all of you know, just start cutting your cords with that person. Okay, just cut your cords in the front chakras. I also do it on the side and also on the back chakra. So when you're cutting the cords, you're at least cutting the negative energy exchange between both of you. The second is Hoponopo, which everyone knows, the forgiveness, that if I have done something in this lifetime or previous lifetime, knowingly, unknowingly, intentionally, unintentionally, I'm really sorry. Please forgive me. I forgive you. You forgive me. And I love you. This Hoponopo is an energy connection that you're establishing with the person in front. The third thing is you have to now create a new energy connection with that person. Now, how do you do the new energy connection? You have cut the cords, you have done your forgiveness, and then you can get into a blessing pose and bless that person and visualize a pink loving energy which is going to the heart chakra of the person in front, and then it is coming back to you. So now you're establishing a new energy cycle with that person and thinking positive about that person and blessing that person. The last but not the least, there's a prayer which is called as a LRAG prayer. The L is for love, R is for respect, A is for accept, and G is for gratitude. So you say, I love you for who you are, and I love you for who you're not. I respect you for who you are. I respect you for who you're not. I accept you for who you are. I accept you for who you're not. And I'm grateful for everything that you have done and everything that you have not done. So when you're doing this LRAG prayer, you will see that you have to do this consistently for 21 days. When you do it consistently for 21 days, I can assure you, Hiral, there are 3 things that happen. The situation remains the same, the people remain the same in your life, but they no longer affect you. You may be in the same house, but the same people no longer affect you. The second is energetically the distance from you. If some person is constantly irritating you, your energies become softer and that person will start energetically moving away from you. And I've also seen in worst cases, you can say, when the karmic completion is over with that person and you're genuinely doing your inner work to grow as a human being, that person can physically leave you in the form of divorce, separation, or maybe leaving the world. This is a sure shot example. Any counseling session, my base starts with this and then building that person for that person to evolve as a better person, as a better human being. In a relationship is always the person who comes to me. I work with that person to create a beautiful relationship, and everyone has to take the self responsibility to work, make that relationship work. And when there are couples who have come to me and one person has taken the responsibility, the relationship has worked. Now, Hiral, my presentation is over. You can ask me, do you want me to address your subconscious question or how is the time slot?
Okay, so do we have any questions for her? Okay. Okay, so basically it was very nice. Actually, I connected a lot what you said. Okay, we have our Dr. Kailash Parekh to speak. You are Please unmute yourself. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I was waiting for somebody to unmute me. Sorry. Thank you so much, Dr. Rina Ji. That was amazing, amazing. Now, you mentioned something about the karmic, the past lives, so that's very powerful. And I've heard this before. So you mentioned this remedy, 21 days. So are you saying it actually clears some of the kind of past lives stuff that's going on as well? Yeah, unmute. Yeah. Unmute yourself.
Rina, unmute yourself. Oh,
Yeah, this absolutely works. I can give you hundreds of cases that I have dealt with, and I've always and always seen a result. If 21 days, you will see a shift in the relationship. It will inspire you to do another 21 days cycle. It's like a cleanser. The more work you need to do, the more of forgiveness you need to do. And along with that, I give a lot of other techniques also for healing. But this is the base. If you jump to a higher thing, and not do this, I have seen a great fall in relationships. So, for a thorough cleansing, it's always the basics that you need to work on. If you have worked on your basics and then graduated, it's like grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, and then you go to grade 10. But if you directly go to grade 10 before doing grade 1, 100% the relationship falls back. So, it's all got to do with the 4 steps. If you have sincerely followed it, believe me, it shows magic.
Oh, excellent. How many?
Also, it also cleanses your subconscious mind, because in your subconscious mind, you're carrying a lot of baggage for that person. And it's only that subconscious mind which creates a belief system. According to neurolinguistics, it's the language that you have created inside for the person in front. And that language is giving the reality in a relationship on a day-to-day basis. The minute you work on your subconscious mind with the other techniques also that Hiran, your subconscious, you start vibrating with a different energy. According to law of attraction, you attract a different reality from the same person, and it's insane. I have seen couples shift when they have worked on their subconscious mind and worked with these basics and then graduated to the higher levels of healing.
So the 5 points, will you repeat quickly? The
Yes,
first
I'll
is
quickly.
called
You have to
God.
change the language inside. You change the language inside with your you change your language by changing the context of being in a space of self responsibility, cutting your
Then,
cords,
okay.
hoponopo, forgiveness, giving a lot of blessings and love, and creating a new connection with that person. And the last is LRAC prayer, which love, respect, accept, and gratitude. So you're unconditionally accepting that person. It shifts your subconscious mind.
Wow.
Superb.
Thank you very much. That was
Very
nice
nice.
and wonderful. Can we have Dr. Ratna switch on her video because I can't spotlight her?
Uh, is she there?
Hiral, whom are we
Yeah, she.
having next? And can you please
I,
introduce her as well?
yeah, are you there, Dr. Ratna? I think she has frozen
And
somewhere.
we can have Setu first.
Okay,
Yes.
so let her come then. Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the lovely session.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's very good. Sorry, Rina. Very nice, very nice. I really loved it. Hope everyone loved it. This kind of
Thanks.
healing with the relationships through you. Thank you. We'll come back to you again. Stay there. Maybe everyone wants to talk to you later. So let's finish it off, then we will come back to you all. Okay, so our next guest is Amrita, our um, beautiful young Setu Gokani. And you know what? She is completely related to our
Global
topic.
Namaste.
Bless
Mm-hmm.
Earth. She is amazing and she has amazing way of blessing the earth through us. So it is completely like our type of session, healing our earth, and she's the one who can heal the earth
Yes.
through us. Let's do today with her how to heal the earth. So basically, let me introduce her, who she is. So
Yes. A quick
let me talk.
introduction as we are running late. Yes, please
Yes.
go ahead.
Healing begins
Thank
with
you.
receiving sometimes the most powerful thing we can do it and stop trying to control everything. Become still and allow over everything to receive. Here we have Setu Gokani, founder of Aura Aligned Studio by Setu. She is a pranic healer, access bars practitioner, offering energy healing for people, pets, cancer patients, and spaces using life force energy and crystals. Her work includes aura aligned products, home and the shield protection, cord cutting, and mantra charged aura protection sprays infused with essential oils. She believes protect your energy, elevate your vibration, live in alignment. Bless Earth. So this is over to you, Setu, what you're going to talk and how you're going to bless the earth.
Atma Namaste, everyone. I, the soul, salute you, the soul, or the divinity within you. Hiral, thank you for this opportunity to bring me onto this platform. And like Dr. Rena Jogani said, I could relate to most of the things that were already discussed and spoken. What I have learned in the last 11 odd years with pranic healing and other modalities and, just spiritual work is that the law of karma is exact. What you sow, you harvest. And one seed always gives you multiple fruits. If you don't like what you are getting in your backyard, you need to sow the correct seeds to harvest the correct fruits. Okay, a little bit about pranic healing. What is pranic healing? We use prana, air prana, earth prana, water prana, ether, okay, and ground prana or earth prana again to heal ourselves. Our body has an inner intelligence and an inner inability to heal itself, okay. My work generally starts where the medical work stops. So most of my patients come to me when they've tried everything and then they say, okay, you know what, we've thrown in the towel and here we are, and please suggest or please guide, and that's how it works. So pranic healing works on the energy body, the chakras, the nadis, the meridians. We are a sum total of 7 bodies, which is called the Saptakosh. One, what we see is the physical visible body. The rest 6 are emotional body, mental body, etheric body, auric body, so on and so forth. Now, as Dr. Rena Jogani said, that the law of attraction is inner world and outer world. What she was trying to say is that you cannot create a different world outside while you have a different world inside. So this is where pranic healing comes in. When you are unable, your intelligence is compromised because of negative thought forms and negative emotions and traumas and fears and phobia, what happens is you are unable to heal yourself. The body does not lose its innate ability to heal itself, but technically there is a veil. And this veil is what we work on. Okay? When we work on the veil, we technically do what medicine does. We cleanse and we energize. We cleanse using prana and we energize using prana. What happens is sometimes, whether it's relationship healing, physical healing, there is resistance. Resistance to healing, resistance to feeling better because we are so comfortable, or we are just in a loop of comfort sadness, comfort fear, comfort trauma, because that's something that we are familiar with. So, as a pranic healer, I heal from a simple headache to the big C and everything in between. Whether it's bedwetting for children, whether it's patients on ICU, it could be just the whole spectrum is huge, including relationship. Like Dr. Rena Jogani just said, that we also work with karmic entanglement. So we work from healing from now to the mother's womb and beyond. We heal on a cellular level. So cellular level also works on your lineage. I generally work up to 7 generations above and 7 generations below. So that kind of takes care of a bigger spectrum than, needed. Like, of course, the need is never ending because we are a sum total of lakhs and crores of lifetimes. So yeah, that's how it works. And so pranic healing, prana, chakras, nadis, meridians, basically awakening the inner innate ability of the body to heal itself by connecting and being one with the higher soul and divine spark within them. So technically, we are not just the body, we are the soul which is impregnating the body. Yeah, that is who we are, the soham, the soul. Okay, and that is a part of pranic healing and cleansing, and what we do, and rather what I do, and how it works. I've curated products because, see, we can't be everywhere, right? We have so many hours in a day, and we have so much physical capacity. So whether it's bath salts, essentials, or essential oils specially curated for a particular ailment, or cord cutting sprays, because when we get rid of regular cords, the body is not compromised, the aura is not as compromised, and the work to be done is much lesser. Now, this is the part of human healing, pet healing, space healing. But if we go a little deeper, in pranic healing, we have the twin heart meditation. The twin heart is not actually two hearts, but it's actually activation of the heart chakra and activation of the crown chakra. When these two are activated, when your chakras are misaligned or not in tune, and that which is causing problems in your life, when you do the twin heart meditation, there are multiple effects. Divine prana comes down, your seven bodies get cleansed, your heart is activated. The heart chakra acts as a lubricant for all the other chakras to come into alignment. And the twin heart meditation is so beautiful. It is based on the prayer of Saint Francis of Assisi. We can also say that it's in conjunction with the law of karma, that what you sow is what you harvest. Where we visualize the earth, we bless every person, every being from all the kingdoms, animal, plant, mineral, deva kingdom, humans, etc., so on and so forth. And if you look at one blessing as one seed, what exactly are we sowing? And then imagine what exactly are we harvesting. So when I do sessions with my corporates, it's simple logic: ROI, return on investment. So you invest 21 minutes of your time in a day, and you bless the earth and every person and every being. Imagine what comes back to you. So as a
So
business
Setu,
person
so
and as a
Setu, can
healer,
we
imagine what actually the intensity of what we do. Yeah.
can we just bless the earth with you for two
Yes,
minutes?
we can.
Let's
We
do
can.
this.
Yes. So sit in a comfortable position. You may close your eyes, focus on your breath, gently inhale, hold, exhale, hold. Bring your hands near your heart in blessing position. Visualize the earth. Size doesn't matter. Could be a tennis ball or could be a table tennis ball. Just visualize the earth. Bless every person, every being with light, love, intelligence, compassion, mercy, with lots and lots of goodwill and the will to do good. Gently inhale. Focus on the word gently. Smile. Inhale. And bless every person, every being. Bless the mineral kingdom, the plant kingdom, the animal kingdom. Bless mankind. Bless the Deva kingdom. Because we know that the angelic realm is within us, around us, and it makes up for everything that the planet Earth stands for. Bless the angels. May every person and every being be blessed with lots and lots of faith, belief, healing, physical healing, mental healing, psychological healing, spiritual healing. May every person and every being be blessed with abundance of intelligence, compassion, mercy. May the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum vibrate in every aura, every energy, every soul. May every person's wishes manifest rapidly, properly, promptly. So be it, and so it is. Smile. You may gently open your eyes with a big, big smile.
Wow. Amazing.
Did
Amazing. This
anybody
feeling so
feel
good.
heavy, light,
Yes, I
warm?
did. I was
So
having it.
it
Yes.
is in giving that we are entitled to receive. Your palm minor chakras just got activated, and the
Yes.
divine energy just passed through you to the entire earth and every person and every being.
Wow. It was amazing. What do you think,
Thank
Amrit?
you.
How did you like it?
Yes. And Hirul, the best part is all our guests, they have their own, they themselves are gems and the ratnas, you know. And I find them, their perspectives are so beautiful in one way or the other. And so versatile, I would say. And with that versatility, there's so much of things to give to people.
Yes.
And these kind of modalities, a lot of people don't know. But if we start using them, utilizing them, sharing with people, I think it can give a lot of for curing the people, helping them, and also giving insights for their future, better karmic stuff, and realizing what is their journey towards life. So thank you so much, Setuji, for joining
Thank
us.
you.
It's really very
Thank you.
wonderful. And we'll be having a chit chat session with you all. Please stay around. And Hiral, it's time to welcome our next guest, Dr. Ratna Mishra from India. Over to you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Dr. Ratna, are you there?
Yes, she's on the screen.
But she's frozen somewhere. Hello, Dr.
Dr.
Ratna.
Ratna, are you there?
Can you unmute? There's a, she's coming and she's
Can you hear us?
need to- Dr. Ratna, can you hear us?
I think her bandwidth is low.
Yeah, she's out
Can you
right now. He was telling me. Okay. Yeah,
Right.
she's.
Yes, Dr. Ratna,
Can you hear me? Can you go into a Wi-Fi or something, please? We can't hear you.
wait.
Dr.
can you
Ratna,
unmute?
I think there is a
Yeah, we can see her.
yes, but can't hear you.
Yeah. So here it is really wonderful to have such a beautiful panel of people who are sharing their experiences as well as their expertise. And it's nice. Yes, Dr. Ratna, can you hear us? I think our bandwidth is low. We'll get back to you again.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll speak to her. Maybe the connection is not working.
Yeah, no
So
problem. It's really wonderful. I would like to definitely have an integration to know about all the aspects, as Vandana ji said about the beautiful numerology, and Setuji was talking about the concept of how our saptakoshas and how our karmic stuffs are related with each other. And so do you think that we can change our destiny in that way? Setu, if we know about all these things?
Yes. So what happens is that cause and effect is like a balance sheet. So I'm a business person, 25, this is my 26th year in the travel industry. I run a international travel company as well. And I've been practicing healing modality for the last 11 years. And what I've experienced is that what we sow or what we have sown, whether it's the past lifetimes or this lifetimes, given the correct soil and the conditions, karma does come to surface. Okay, what is in our hands is the intensity of the karma. We can either cushion our falls or we can escalate our wins. Now, how do we do that? when we give, and each intention and each blessing, okay, becomes a seed, at the end of the day, every seed has to come to fruition, right? And we use energy of the full moon or the new moon or general energy to fertilize these seeds, right? Yeah. So now imagine we sow the seeds of love, joy, peace, happiness, abundance, prosperity, success, growth, and then we energize it with full moon energies and just prana on the whole from the heart. What happens? The quality of the fruit is that good and that better. So then it becomes like a barter system. Karma came up, okay, the not so good karma, okay, but when the good karma generated supersedes it, the intensity falls,
Hmm.
okay.
Okay. Hmm.
So this is how, so I understood pranic healing for the longest from a balance sheet, because I could not close my eyes and my brains and say God, 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 because I am slightly a right brain
Thank you.
person than a left brain person. Okay.
Thank you. Thank
So
you
a
for
little
telling
more
all that.
logical, a little
Yeah.
more logical. And then I said, okay, let me try this and then let me see what happens. So it's
Hmm.
trial, experience, and then a sum total of understanding.
And
Okay.
absolutely.
So now what happens is destiny has something for you. Like we say, destiny is 20%, in my experience, 80% is free will. Now, what we
Okay.
do with
Thank
this
you.
free will, okay, is the game changer. And how do
Yeah.
you change the game?
Yes.
You
Yeah,
bless,
but
you
then
give.
Yeah, yeah. We'll
Sorry.
be coming back to you again,
Okay.
Setuji. And we
Okay.
have Dr. Ratna back with us. Over to you, Hiril. Let's have her. Thank you very much.
yes. Okay, Dr. Ratna, we were trying you to catch you, but at last you
Yeah, I
came
don't know
back.
some, I think some internet issues. Hello and thank you and namaste from India. So
Global
I don't know
Namaste.
how many of you heard about Marma therapy.
Okay,
But
let me just introduce you, doctor,
yeah,
first.
please, please.
Okay. Okay. So, Dr. Ratna Mishra is a Kolkata-based aromatherapist and marma therapist, is specializing in marma science and ancient healing tradition rooted in vital energy points of the body. He also brings expertise in past life regression, ancestral healing, tarot reading, and offering holistic approach to physical, emotional, and spiritual well-being. So over to Dr. Ratna Mishra, and we have our also Amrita is also into marma therapy. So you
Great.
both are into marma therapy. I have been done with you marma therapy. It really helped it. So we want you to guide us what is marma therapy and how we can heal with it.
Thank you, Hiral, for inviting me in such a great platform. And I'm really happy to see all our healers. So here I'm saying that Marma therapy is not healing, but it's a self approach of healing. That means when you want to help yourself. For healing, you have to go to someone and talk to someone and take the therapy and then receive the healing. But in Marma therapy, you are your own healer. And for mama therapy, I'm telling this is the oldest therapy in this entire world. It's an ancient technique of healing. I'm saying healing because healing is a very common word and everyone relate with the healing word. So marma therapy is the ancient technique of healing where we can look and see the problem in our body and same as well in the mind. So there are few points in our body that is called marma, where our bones, vessels, blood vessels, nerves meet. That point, there is some softest tissue is there, and that is called marma point. So when we suppress these points, we get rid of these problems. So there are different kind of marma points in our body. So, and also that is important that we have measurements in our body. Every points have measurements in our body. From head to toe, we have points. So total 107 points in our body, and every points have a specific reason to heal the body part and your emotional imbalance and pain without medicine. So this is the most important healing, because here you don't need any kind of medicine, any kind of therapist, nothing. You can heal yourself through your own marma stimulation. So there are 107 points, as I told you. The most important is the marma points are based completely through Ayurveda. So it mentioned in Ayurvedas, Upanishads, everywhere the mentioning marma points, because when there was no medicines, no allopathy, no homeopathy, that time only the marma was there. Our sages heard about it and written about it, and they are serving people through the marma therapy only. So how marma helps? So whenever you feel pain or disbalance in your heart, or heart blockage, or breathlessness, all these you can cure with your tal hriday point. And there's always I told you, there is always a measurement in our body. So how you come to know where is my tal hriday point? So this is here. How you measure it? Just make a fist of your hand, and wherever your middle finger is touching, that is your tal hriday point. Can you see all that? I want
Yes,
all of
we
you
can.
to please check the point. Just
Yes.
make a fist and see where is your middle finger touching. See, this is your point, and you have to press it like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, like that 20 times. At a time, 20 times you have to pressurize this point, and maximum 3 times in a day. And trust
This is
me,
for what?
all the problems, all the discomforts you have in your body or in your mind, when you can treat your depression, your stress, even autism children are benefited with this. The polio patients, they all got cured with this therapy. So we have 107 points, few points in our hands and few points in our legs. So what I'm now, it's a short time, so I'm telling you the most important points, because marma therapy is vast, so I cannot explain everything here. So I am just talking about few things. As I told you, this point is for heart blockage, heart pain, heart discomfort, breathlessness. If you all can respond me, then I can tell you more.
Yeah, you tell me about more 2-3 points.
Yeah. So this is most important point I'm telling you. This is the most important point in the
Oh,
body.
and
This
what
is
about the
Tal Hriday.
frozen shoulder?
If you use it regularly, you will feel your heart is always light. Always. You never feel any heaviness in your heart. So I
Can
always
we have a frozen shoulder point?
say, I have elderly people in my. Somebody's asking something? Yeah, Hiran.
And yeah, so we have a thyroid and frozen shoulder, and also can you just give me 2 points, or anyone wants to ask this
So
point? You can.
I have told you this point, Tal Hriday. This is most important point. Most important. This way you will always remain healthy.
What about the diabetes
This
point?
yeah. So this is the Tal Hriday. This also cures diabetes, blood pressure, any problem related to your spleen, any problem related to your blood. This point works on everything.
Okay. And
Okay.
the second
One more,
point?
one other point is, this is called kurpar. This is called Tal Hriday. This point is called kurpar. Can you see my hand? You have to take your thumb here, 1 point, measurement of one finger, keep it here, and other finger is going here, under, beside this joint. Can you see all? Beside the joint, put your middle finger here. Can you all see that?
Yes,
If you all can
yes,
see that,
yes.
take a distance of one finger
Yeah.
and put your middle finger here. And the thumb will come automatically here. Also, you can do this way. Put your thumb here and then put your middle finger here. And then press it like this. 2, 3. Every time you have this. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, like 20. This will cure your diabetes, blood pressure. This is the specific point for that. Talhidaya also helps in that. But this is the specific point for blood pressure, diabetes, and weight loss. That is most important point for weight loss. Who really
Wow.
wish to lose their weights. They are working, yeah, they are gymming and they are taking diets and all. But this point will really helpful.
Wow.
So, yeah, do like this. 1, 2, 3. I want you to see it clearly, because if you press anywhere else, it is going to harm you. So please,
Okay.
whenever you do marma, please keep this in mind, that you have to press the right point. Marma is the softest tissue in your body.
Okay.
Okay.
Lovely.
So I have told you this kurpar, and you're
And
asking about frozen shoulder. That is the, I think, most common problem nowadays. So keep your hand like this. I want everyone to do this, because once you do with me, you will understand better.
correct.
So keep your hand like this and place it near the neck. Just touching your neck. Place touching your neck, and wherever your middle finger is touching, that is the point. You see, there's always a measurement. There's always a measurement for every point. Can you see this?
Yes.
Bus press it like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Go like this, slow and steady. You can't say 1, 2, 3, 4 like, no. 1, 2. It must be the gap of 0.8 second. 0.8 second.
Okay.
And don't do above the joint. Do it always below the joint. This is the point. I want
Okay.
everyone to look it properly, because if you have chosen go above, it will harm you. So
What will
marma,
happen if we are not doing in a proper point?
this will harm you. That's why marma, because this therapy started for the self precaution, that no one can harm you, no one can touch you. This therapy is made for that purpose. But later on, there people are started misusing it. They started harming others, because you don't need anything to harm other people. It's just a
Is
point.
this a acupressure points also? Is
No.
the same?
Yeah. So everybody asked this question. So India was a tourist place since ages. It was a tourist place. So many, Buddhist tourists, they keep on coming to India and going. And they took this therapy with them to China. And there they developed this therapy in other way. And this is called acupressure. Acupressure is not the original therapy. This comes from marma therapy. Because sometimes they are using tools also. And marma
Okay.
therapy, you cannot use any tools. It's only your fingertips.
Okay.
So this is how you manage your pain. You cannot press very brutally. You cannot touch very slowly. It's just a
That's nice.
normal
Nice.
touch
So,
your points.
right. So, Amrita, you are also a Marma therapist. So, do you have anything to speak?
Yeah, please.
Yes.
Yes, Amrita.
Thank you, Dr. Ratna. Basically, we like I'm not just one therapist, but then this is a very, very beautiful technique, I would say, as a gift of uh, our scholars and ancient sages that has given, and it must be utilized in a proper way. And they are vital energy storehouses, and very beautifully explained, Dr. Ratnaji,
Thank you,
about
Amrita. Thank you so much.
points. But I know it's very, very vast. We can invite you for future episodes as well, and in some of the Ayurveda episodes where you can talk about it and clinically correlate it and explain it. Yes, Vandana ji, you had a question or you want to comment? Yeah.
Vandana ji, please
Unmute
unmute
yourself.
yourself.
You are again unmute.
Is there any point for this tennis elbow?
Okay. Yes, there's always a point. Best point is kurpar, what I told you.
Same.
Same.
Okay.
And one more point is there where your palm is ending. See,
Backside.
put your fingers here and just take a round. This is also very good for tennis elbow.
Okay.
10 times clockwise, 10 times anti-clockwise. Thrice
Okay.
in a day.
Okay.
It really
How,
helps
how,
tennis elbow.
how many times we have to do?
Thrice in a day. 3 times.
Okay.
But one thing to remember, one thing is very important to remember, you cannot do marma after having lunch or heavy breakfast or dinner. You have to have 1.5 hour time travel.
Okay.
You have to take 1.5 hour.
Lovely,
After
lovely.
that you can do.
Thank you,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Ratna.
Thank you, Dr. Ratna, and thank you, Vandana ji. We have with us our another episode producer of this episode, our co-producer Acharya Shivam ji from Pune, India, who will be taking over shortly. But then before that, Acharya Shivam ji, you have been listening to all our viewers, all our panelists as well as experts. So what's your 1 minute of comment before we move to other guests? Over to you.
Namaste, everyone, and
Global
warm
Namaste.
welcome. Global
Global.
Namaste. It's a beautiful opportunity to see so many divine souls, wonderful souls, and it is really the need of an hour. And a heartfelt welcome to all our distinguished speakers, researchers, healers, and more you will listen. And they all are practitioners. You know, the best thing is when you just don't read books, when you are actually practitioner and participants joining us from around the world, that makes our thing global. And we are exchanging the healing energies. Someone is sitting in London, someone is sitting in Pune, someone is sitting in Netherlands. This is truly Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, I believe. One world, one family. And we are beyond caste, color, all the designations. And when we operate from that consciousness, then healing is a natural byproduct. So 30 seconds.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Hiru. Thank you so much for producing this episode, and thank you all the guests.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Global Namaste.
Joined
And
from different parts of India. Global Namaste will be taking up another episode on energy healing, and it is very interesting to know about the facts and figures that how energy comes, vibrates, and heals everyone. Thank you so much for joining us, and we move over with Acharya Shivamji. Yes, Acharya Shivamji. Mm, yeah,
Thank you for unmuting me.
a
So,
very warm welcome to you, as well as thank you very much for producing this episode. And you have joined us from Pune. You yourself are into yoga practice and energy healing practice. So, what is your message for our viewers who are watching us from different part of the world? through different partner channels before we take up other guests. Over to you. Thank you.
Global Namaste, and I pray to the divinity in you, all of you, and those who know me, they don't need introduction, and those who do not know me, a small introduction. I am based in India, in Pune, and I'm Dean for Spiritual Sciences at MIT. And today I'm very honored to serve as the co-host and co-producer of Healing Our Earth. It's a beautiful organization, and when I was introduced to this organization, I felt that really something global is happening, and this Mother Earth really needs healing. You know, this planet doesn't need long-faced people; they need smiling, celebrated people. And there is a misconception people have that spiritual people are very serious people. I don't know who are the ones who are very serious people, but what I have experienced is the more you are enjoying life, the more celebrative you become. If that is spiritual or not, I don't know what is that. But life is here to enjoy, life is here to live. And that itself is the purpose. I call it the real purpose of living. So, coming back to the topic, although we come from different countries, disciplines, and traditions, we are united by one common intention, and that is to reduce suffering and contribute to a healthier, more conscious world. And through this platform, I believe we are definitely succeeding every week. And now, the energy healing topic. So, healing is a very common word now, and there are so many healers in every street you will find, and they have different kinds of practices. But what is energy healing is the question. So, when we see the word healing, we often think of curing disease, but healing is much deeper because the treatment removes symptoms. Healing restores wholeness. And a person may have a healthy body, yet suffer from anxiety, loneliness, or inner conflict. So when I see the professors around me, the students around me, and I'm into a lot of public dealing. So I see they go to gym, they are, you know, doing yoga and the best possible things they have. And many people have gym on their terrace. They have swimming pool, the best things possible, but they are suffering from inner conflict. Another may live with illness yet radiate peace and wisdom. So I would like to share the insights
Yeah.
from Buddha. Buddha
Yeah.
said
Thank
there are
you.
two types of illness. With this, I'll
Hmm.
close. There are two types of illness. One is physical body and one is mind. So for your physical body, you cannot do anything. But for mind, something can happen. And today we are going to explore more. And we have beautiful speakers. So shall I go ahead
Yes.
and
Over to
introduce
you.
you?
Yes. Let's introduce our first guest, Mr. Ganesh Natarajanji. Global Namaste. A very good evening and a warm welcome to Healing Our Earth. Over to you, Acharya Shivamji. Please go ahead with introduction and the talks. Thank you.
So he's a personality who doesn't need any introduction, but still, as a formality, I'll introduce him. So both of us share a spiritual friendship, a friendship which is very extraordinary. And Dr. Ganesh Natarajan is a renowned business leader in Pune, and he's entrepreneur, he's author and philanthropist with decades of experience leading organizations such as Aptech, Zensa, Technologies, and 5F World. He has served on the boards of several leading companies and has chaired industry bodies like NASCOM, a Harvard Business School case study subject and author of 16 books. He's widely respected for his work in leadership, innovation, and human centric transformation. In this season, he will share how love, inclusion, and happiness can become powerful energy for creating meaningful leadership and lasting impact. And today, he will be speaking on living life with love, inclusion, and happiness. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Manvi, and it's a pleasure to be part of this energy healing and healing our earth fraternity. and delighted that you invited me. So, what I will do is, since we have limited time, I thought I will give you a little background of myself in terms of what made me discover the power of love, inclusion, and happiness as a way of living my life and as a way of encouraging other people to live their lives. So, I think that's really where it is. Just as a background, I was born and raised in a very small village in India, and India is still where I live. But why I was born in that village is because my father was a chemical technologist, and he was running a company called Waxpol Industries in Calcutta and then in Ranchi. And we, obviously, his family, that is me, my sister, and my mother, we went there. And this was a really small village. And even today, it's probably one of the most backward parts of the country. And my father himself came from a family of 16 people. In fact, his father was a village school teacher in very deep South India. And obviously, my father's responsibility as eldest son was to bring his three brothers and 11 sisters to Calcutta, where we initially were, and then to Ranchi, and make sure that all 13 of his siblings were well settled in life. Now, you would imagine that a person like that with such a heavy family burden on his head and just working in an organization would be very stressed and would be very unhappy. But my entire memory of my father is somebody who was totally at peace with himself, peace with the world. How did that happen? I mean, he was a very ardent devotee of the Ramakrishna mission, which is one of the very large missions that does charity work and spiritual work in India. And he actually ran what they call a Seva Kendra, and that in Hindi translates to a service center for the village kids. And he actually covered the 5 villages around where we were living. And I still remember, even at the age of 7 and 8, I used to come back from school, throw my school bags in a corner, and actually run to the Seva Kendra. I mean, singing patriotic songs, discussions with the other children there. And there was no consciousness of class or caste or unevenness, because all of us were same and we were all kind of on a journey together. I remember once the then Prime Minister of India, Mrs. Indira Gandhi, actually visited us and spent a lot of time with the children there. And a lot of people were very taken up by that. So that gave my father, I think, extreme happiness, because he was doing good to society, not very once in a while, but literally every day. Apart from being a very successful industrialist, he also ran the Tamil Shangam, which is a culturally group in Pune, in Ranchi. And I think overall, it made him very happy. We never had much money as a family, but we never ever felt that somebody is richer than us or our aspiration is not being met, nothing like that. So in that sense, I grew up in an environment of happiness. So for me, being happy and making people happy is almost a credo of my life. I really cannot cope when anybody who works with me or any member of the family or any member of the external community is unhappy. Fast forward to 1991, and that is when I got my first CEO role. I was recruited at the age of 32 to be the managing director of this company called Aptech. Many of you from India would have heard the brand. And I remember we were 7 computer education centers in India when I first took over that company. And when I left in 2001, we were 1,400 computer education centers in 44 countries, including China, where we were a market leader. In fact, we were a market leader in 24 countries around the world. And how did that happen? I still remember the first day I walked into Aptech, and I was the new managing director. And the person who was heading the centers told me, "Can you please wait in this room, a conference room, for the next half an hour and don't come out?" I said, "Why?" He said, "No, this partner of ours, I mean, it was really a franchisee who was running a center in Jamshedpur in eastern India, was there, and they didn't want the franchisee to meet the new managing director of the company." It started me getting very worried, saying that, look, how can we run a company and franchise and actually make this a large number of centers which are not run by us, but run by partners, if we don't have this sense of trust with them? And that is when I set out to say that, look, this has to be a franchisee managed operation, in the sense that we said that, look, while we have 7 centers, and at that time we had these 3 franchise centers in Calcutta, Ranchi, and Jamshedpur, we said, look, we must ensure that they feel they own the brand. And believe me, when I left, and I told you about the 1,400 centers we ended up with, we still had only 7 centers which we ran on our own, and all of 1,993 centers were run by franchisees. These were the business partners. My role was more of a service person, saying that, look, we will design a communication for marketing. We will take it to every city, get the buy-in of everybody, and they felt totally included. So this is my second mantra, that look, happiness came from my family background and everything I learned, but inclusion, the power of making everybody feel that they're equal to each other, came to me through actually practically implementing a plan which made us extremely successful. Aptech was very successful, became one of the leading computer education brands in South Asia, and also listed on the London Stock Exchange. After that, I moved to a company in Pune called Zensar. Zensar is a typical software export kind of business. And I remember when I took it over, it was a small company, 400 people, 40 crores. And again, when I left after 15 years, we were close to $350 million, which in Indian rupees is 3,500 rupees, 500 crore rupees, and had become 8,300 people. And that is where the concept of the third concept, the concept of love, actually manifested itself. Because we started something called the Vision Community, which was a bunch of very young people working with very experienced people, all within the organization. I mean, we had a center of excellence called Women for Excellence, encouraging enough women to come up all the way to the top of the organization. And in this process, what we found was that look, everybody felt that they were part of the management. And in fact, I remember my favorite professor in Harvard Business School, David Carvin. He was on a flight with me from Boston to Mumbai at one point. And he said, look, Ganesh, you've been so successful in growing this company. What is the mantra, if you will? And I remember telling him almost facetiously, it's love, David, it's love. Because we love our people love us, the company is loved by everybody, our shareholders love us, customers love us, and that's what makes it happen. And he was a very wise man. So he said, I'm going to send a team out from Harvard to spend time in your organization and really evaluate this concept of love. And I still remember that there's a wonderful case study which is called Vision Communities at Zensar. If any of you are interested, I'm sure we can share it with you. But there they talk about the practice of love. And I still remember David asked me to teach the course with him in Boston in Harvard Business School, the first time he taught the course. And he invited me to come to the class, didn't introduce me initially. But after talking about generalities, he asked the class, and these were 140 very bright, some of the brightest MBA students you can imagine. And he asked the class saying, how many ways are there of running good, successful organizations? And people said all kinds of things, and competence and shareholder value, etc. And he asked this very innocuous question saying, what do you think of love? So I remember one person actually asked him, Professor, have you been smoking something? What do you mean by love? What has love got to do with organizations? And our job in the next half an hour was to tell people how by loving, I mean, the whole concept of love would make it happen. So after I finished my formal roles in all these organizations, 10 years back, I retired from the corporate sector. I still serve on boards like Honeywell and Hinduja Group and State Bank of India. But I started practicing this even as an outsider, a relative outsider, as an independent director in these organizations. So we got the boards to really practice this. And then, of course, I mean, the last 10 years, I've been spending almost 50% of my time on a very interesting initiative called Lighthouse Communities Foundation. And the basic premise of Lighthouse is very simple. We work with the underserved youth in all the big cities in India. For instance, in the city of Pune, which is one of the top 20 cities in India, we have 24 lighthouses. What is a lighthouse? It's a large building provided to us by the local city government. And our belief was that if we have to make those underserved people feel that they are part of society, aspire to the best jobs that, let's say, the brightest MBAs were getting, we will have to make them get a sense of agency. And agency is nothing but, I mean, it's a social sector term, which means being conscious and being aware that you are the agent of your own transformation. So for every student, and today we have over 320,000 students who are part of our ecosystem, every student goes through this process of self-discovery, dreaming their own dream, telling us what they want to do, and it's our responsibility. I mean, if somebody wants to be a guitar instructor, we will get him skilled in that. If she wants to be a nurse, we will make sure that they go through that. And the net result has been that over the last 10 years, out of all these 300,000 plus young people who are there, 80% of them have taken up very successful careers or entrepreneurial success stories. And today we're really, really proud of them. And in fact, I would say Lighthouse ensures that all these practices I mentioned, the happiness of the community, inclusion of every member, as I said, it doesn't matter how much money your family makes, we are there to serve you, and love. Today, our team is almost 600 people working in 5 states in India. And the kind of confidence I have in them is that any one of them is capable of running the CEO. We even have a rotating CEO concept where every 2 years there is a new CEO that takes over, and then nobody leaves. The other CEO just does something else. So there's so much confidence that look, we can do this together, and there is no political hierarchy, etc., that makes it happen. So let me conclude by saying, why is this important? I think irrespective of whether you're the head of a family, or you are the head of a community, a political leader, or indeed a corporate chief, like the work I did for 25 years of my life, it's extremely important to say that look, the old practices of the Machiavellian method of division, divide and rule, the concept of politics or organization politics doesn't make any sense. I think we're all citizens of the planet. And as all of you have said, we're all looking at healing our earth, healing the divisions and the fissures that exist in society. And it's our responsibility to make sure that everybody feels included. It has worked for me brilliantly. Today I'm on a pathway to becoming a truly conscious leader, because all these consciousness and there are more. And in fact, Mridula, who's on the line in this call, and I are writing a book together, which is on conscious leadership, being published by Atlantic Publishing. And there we are actually exploring every aspect of conscious leadership, and obviously love, and ensuring that there is a complete sense of ownership of everybody who works with us and for us is extremely important. So I think that's really what I came to tell you, because I think, I mean, we all know, I mean, especially in these times with all the conflicts and geopolitical strife that is happening in the world, there is a tremendous need for a rebuilding of trust, a rebuilding of love, and a rebuilding of happiness across societies. And only if people like us, I mean, the few people who are listening to this or in this interaction, if we work together, only then we can make change happen. But I am very positive that it can be done. And I look forward to all of you doing this practice as you go along and making it happen. I'm happy to take any questions if somebody would like to ask, or anything you like.
Thank you so much, and very inspiring story. That this was Dr. Ganesh Natarajan, and I could relate with your 3 points. Your three stories flow beautifully, and just add one takeaway after each story. When you shared about Ramakrishna Mission story, so I believe service was your first experience of love, and when you are into service, happiness grows when it is shared. And when I listen to you and when you share about Aptech, people flourish where they feel included. And the vision about your communities. So communities heal when people feel seen, valued, and connected. And I truly believe that love is not something we see, it is something we become. When love expresses itself through service and inclusion, healing happens naturally. So, any question? But I would start with one question, a very important question. You have had a long career in leadership. When did you realize that love and inclusion are not soft ideas, but practical ones?
Started really in Aptech, as I said, because of the very practical advantage of being an inclusive company. Love happened to me more by, I remember, I mean, I spent the first 5 years of my life in a very hierarchical organization, manufacturing, etc. Where, I mean, I was called sir by my subordinates, and I used to call my works manager sir. And only when I joined the training and software sector, I realized that there is a much more informality, lots of young people who are really very focused on purpose. Today, of course, we all talk about Gen Zs and millennials, and no millennial wants to work only for salary. They all want to know what is our purpose. They will not allow any violation of values to take place. So I think that process, right from 1995 till, I mean, the last 30 years of my life, I've said that, look, this is something that has to be practiced. It makes eminent profit sense to practice this. Because we've also found that in Zensar, for instance, our attrition of employees was very low, only about 12%. But amongst that, if you included people who were part of the vision community, were part of providing service to society, the attrition came down to 3%. So imagine if you can run a large organization with 97% of the people staying on, how much more value you will deliver to shareholders. So it makes practical sense to implement these things, and this is not some fad that we've looked. So Shivangi, I think, I mean, I'm a
Thank
convert
you.
to my own philosophy, and we try to make that happen.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It was really lovely listening to you, Ganesh ji. We have our technical director, Nishit Kotak, who have joined us from London. Nishit ji, you are yourself into marketing. Do you think what is the role of love in all that? And what Ganesh ji said, do you really align with the thoughts? Over to you for a minute's comment before we move to our next guest. Mahesh Lohar, over to you.
He's mute.
We can't hear you.
He's on mute. He's on mute. You'll have to unmute him.
We can't still hear you. I think we can't hear you. So by the time we sort out all that, it's really nice, Ganesh ji, to have you. And I think love is a mantra of a lot of things that can unknot a lot of ties that are there in life. And it is a really good message that personally I would take with me. And loads of people who are watching us from different partner channels, who are with us from different parts of the world, would be with us. And we also have Dr. Anukul Goswami ji, who is on the way and who has joined us from Leicester. Global Namaste, a very warm welcome. And you are a resident contributor. Dr. Anukul ji, you had been listening. You know Dr. Mahesh Lohar ji very well as well. You've been listening to Ganesh ji. So your 1 minute of comment before we move further. Over to you.
Yeah, I've been driving all the way. Global Namaste to everybody. I've been driving all the way for the last hour and a half. So I've been listening to all the things, but listening to Dr. Ganeshji's comment, I think there was something very, very interesting. I would ask two small questions. How do we present our love? I mean, it's a very difficult thing to say because as a manager or a senior consultant would say, you'd like to love everybody. Question is, how do we judge the concept of love? Because it is not something that we have to force on ourselves, number one. Number two is, what is the role of disciplinary action and reprimanding an employee, and where is to maintain the discipline or the running of an institution?
Ganesh ji, I think the question is for you.
You want me to comment on that? Okay, I think that's a great point you're making. And I don't think love, I mean, you don't wear love on your sleeve and say, like, I practice love. It has to be demonstrated in every action of yours. Your forgiveness, your ability to really interact with people at a very personal level, I think that makes a difference. And again, it depends on cultures. I remember when we bought our first company in the US, people were telling me that your love culture is going to fall flat on its face in America because people don't understand that. But it worked. In fact, I think when I second time I went to Harvard Business School, Karen, who was our human resource head in America, in Boston, she came with me and presented because she kind of totally bought into the culture. Your second point is very important. Love does not mean that you will not punish or take action if somebody is not really performing. So I've had many occasions where I have to unfortunately let very senior people go who weren't really performing or maybe were involved in some action which was negligent. And I've asked them to, let them go because that is important. That you have to create a meritocracy in the organization. So love does not mean that you can get away with anything. Love just means that you do great work and the organization will love you and respect you. But if you stop doing great work, then you have to find another organization. So I think I've practiced both fairly effectively.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nishit
Yes,
Kotak ji,
can you hear me now?
Yes. Yes, please.
Wonderful. Okay,
Sure.
so Ganesh ji, it was lovely to hear your journey over the years, especially, did you mention 97% retention? That is
Yes.
brilliant. And I do agree, being in the marketing world myself, that, people tend to come and go, but then those people who stick around are the ones who pick up soft skills and become part of your team and help you grow over a longer period of time. And so I've learned that people are not, what I've learned is that no man's an island kind of a thing. Everybody around you, you need to acknowledge that they are their own person themselves. And you have to, as you said, you have to take action when it comes to the bureaucracy side of things. But the other side is you have to nurture them, you have to lead them, you have to help them grow along with you. That only comes through a sort of a servant mentality kind of a thing. and that needs a little bit of love. You can't just be tough, tough, tough all the time. That doesn't work.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Uh, we have Dr. Mahesh Lohar. If you can switch on your video. It's really nice to know the perspective as we move from traditional healing therapies, from marma, from stones, from crystals, from energy healing, numerology, and a perspective of love. And I am really glad to welcome Dr. Mahesh Loharji, whom I personally have met and been knowing since 2 years. It's a pleasure to know him as well and to welcome him to this episode of Healing Our Earth. A very warm welcome, good evening, and global namaste. Acharya Shivamji, I give you the honors to kindly introduce, otherwise, I would have already done, and I've done in June as well. Thank you very much. Over to you.
You are doing great, and it's an honor to listen to the beautiful speakers. And let's move to Dr. Mahesh Lohar, who's very dear friend. I can call him spiritual scientist, and we have known from so long, but in this life we have met recently. But I think there are very deep connections. When you see each other, you understand that there is something which is beyond. And today I would like to introduce Dr. Mahesh Lohar. Dr. Mahesh S. Lohar is the founder of I Smart Life Foundation, ISLF, and a researcher in organizational consciousness, integrating Indian knowledge systems with modern behavioral science. Through his work, he helps individuals and organizations cultivate emotional resilience, conscious leadership, and purposeful living. In this session, he presents the ISLF model, exploring how mind, emotions, and consciousness can become pathways to holistic well-being. And the topic on which Dr. Mahesh S. Loharji will be presenting is from mind energy to consciousness healing, the ISLF model of energy, emotion, and purposeful living. Over to you, Maheshji.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you to every forum and my healing full namaste to everybody. Thank you to many known faces are here. Dr. Amruta, Acharya, Shivamji, then Ramakrishna ji, Mrudula ji, Anukul ji. So it's a cohesive approach, holistic approach to address the healing and addressing the energy. Can I share presentation or?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Yeah, because this is asking who's disable the participant screen. Still, it is not allowing.
Dr. Amrita, you can make Dr. Mahesh a co-host.
Please go ahead. Please share your presentation.
Yes, it is, I think, on the screen now.
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Yeah, so thank you for this opportunity to express how the mind energy helps in a conscious healing. So I appreciate the approach that all intellect and conscious people internationally throughout the globe, throughout the planet, concern on a healing of Earth. So in a conscious side, if we look at the healing side from the conscious side, it is the first fundamental question as a researcher I came across is whether healing is possible through the individual and to heal the earth. We are talking the entire bioenergy to heal by the individual. Now, if individual approach we see, and if we see what is common element between total Prakriti or total earth or total planet or total, we call this in I case, it is a Janani. Janani is a biological process. Now, under that, what is the role of healing is? So that we try to rush, it is little bit time constraint is there, but try to rush through the presentation. So if we look at from challenges side, that 1 in 8 people lives with we are calling this as a mental health, but we can call the suffering part of the mental faculty. Almost 77% people, working adults, report the chronic stresses. And the major finding is, though this figure is according to me low, 60%, but it is from the conscious side, everything happens because of the what kind of lifestyle you are nourishing and how the disease, disorder, or disability happens. So somewhere, what is the role of mental faculty? Now let us, we are addressing the energy. Now, if we look at the earth dimension, so there are two kind of energy human can possess, or we can address the energy in two ways. One is a kinetic energy, second is a potential energy. Potential energy is something you have embodied and that is about to manifest. And kinetic energy is something in a process of manifestation we use. So ancient wisdom and the modern science both addresses this energy. So from the ancient science, we know the prana shakti is the vitality power of human, the vital life force mentioned in a yoga script. Even as we are addressing the international part, so even in eastern side, so Chinese also given the medicine that is flowing energy medicine, that is key, and Japan also talking the animating energy as a inner energy. Look at the modern science also. It talks on a similar terms, that is a biofield we are discussing, which is because science demand validations, and validation comes from the measurable side. So that measurable electromagnetic activity, neurobiology, we are connecting mind with the neuroscience or brain aspect. That neurotransmitter and neural rhythms or patterns can be mapped. So that is neurobiology addressing the energy side of it, and psychophysiology, that mind body signaling pathways. Through this, we can understand energy. So now the ISLA perspective from the conscious side, so now there are two aspects to look at mind energy, to look at the mind. The modern science talks about mind as a psyche. We are not yet to conclude the definition of mind. What IKS scripts gives us, that Manas Tattva, human mind, the power of mind. The fundamental question addressed here is, the mind is made for the problem? Is the mind is made for bring the diseases to the body? Is there any part in a body, is the organ in body made you to make a trouble? So how come then mind can become a problematic area, or it is only seen as the suffering side of area? So rather, IK scripts give the very fundamental aspect of mind that Manas Shastra talks on. It has a power of human. It is a virtual power of human, which has a sensation that is called Vedana Shakti, which has another power that is called Spruti power, that recalling power, the memory, we can, because of mind, we can able to memorize the what pattern we are living with and where we are taking it, and where how the pervading factors, the sustenance factor happens because of the smruti. The another power of mind is the bhavana shakti. It is talking about the power of imagination. So without power of imagination, we cannot think on a harmony and we cannot think on a sustainability. The another power is that Icha Shakti, that is Manisha Shakti. It addresses the intellect side of our existence, our entire identity. Now here also we are calling someone with not only recognizing with their photographs, we are recognizing them with her talent as well. So that intellectual contribution also make a power through the mind. The will, power of will, that is Icha Shakti. So because of will, we can able to forward ourselves. Now think that how brain acts, how it reflection acts. When we are standing somewhere on the square or certain crossing, who decides to step forward to right, left, or forward or backward? So unless and until Icha won't there, will is not there, you cannot move ahead. So it is a power of pervading as well. Look at the power of dharana, the power of concentration, power of focus. Then most important, so we are talking on the purpose of life. Like here, we are today discussing how we can heal the earth. So this comes from the unless and until focus is not there, purpose is not there, the route cannot be formed, the path cannot be made. So Dharana Shakti makes you to find your life path or path of healing. And most important part is the Santosha Shakti, that is contentment within you. How much you wanted, the limit of desire, limit of what you should have, limit of greed. So there is a need, there is a greed, there is a feed, and there is seed. So based on that, we can formulate the who am I factor, the Samadhan Tattva, the completion Tattva, that Purnatva Tattva. This I did, this way I wanted to live life. The component of Samadhan comes from the consciousness that describes gives the justification how my day has gone, how my this particular breath has gone, how this session has gone, how much my contribution, what purpose I made, for whether I am meeting that purpose. So that Santosh element, the exit element, that also comes from the mind. So these are fundamental 7 powers. This text influenced by my guru, Swami Shivananda Saraswati from Rishikesh. So we are shifting towards inside the mind. So how this healing the world is possible? So we need a harmonious world and sustainable world. So mission harmony, if we think on, so will it only come from the external to inside, or our internal worlds make the external world? So fundamental truth is our inside world makes our outside world. So being state of you, when you are conscious influencer. This one of the picture from the Rigveda. This is only picture of mind, what is mind energy is. So it describes this left-hand side only picture from the text. We can see how the senses, intellect, emotion, ego, and from where the healing power is aligned to the entire organ system, the sensual, the body side of you, the organ side of us, the senses within us, and which because of that we create a truth. So there is a difference between information, knowledge, reality, and witnessing the reality. So because of this entire machine of body, how it operates through the mind, this diagram talks on that. So if we see to the entire Sharira, entire manifestation of any form on this earth, we said we see that the fundamental concept, I had my thesis on this subject, that organizational consciousness. Though everything we see as an arrangement, our body is also arrangement of organ, arrangement of cells, arrangement of function, rooted to the where you are spirited for, where your essence is for. So for that, can we have the certain common system? So for that we have so it is inner word is addressed through the combined together, that is from the antakarana side, where is a mind is a dominant factor. Antakarana in our system, everybody knows that my manas, chitta, buddhi and aham. So combining all, can we have the conscious part? So we have established the digital laboratory. This is the first kind of experiment that can antakaran be mapped. So there is a difference between measurement and mapping. Measurement happens only senses are on. When we are talking on a inner side, our ancient scripts talks about, even in meditation, we cut off the senses. When senses are cut, then how can we measure something? So, but there is a technique even in our IKS, that is Smruti is the technique. So, which is mapping inside to inside. And because of Smruti, because of the recall function, we can experience the what is our Antakarana is. Now, this Antakarana can be mapped digitally, that digital platform, our foundation based on the research and the synthesis and modern science and ancient science, along with the futuristic science, that is multiverse we are talking, the consciousness of cosmos, that can be mapped under the one entity, and the who am I factor can be addressed from the inside. So based on that, we have developed the various mapping techniques. So we can map the fundamental reason that is coming from the Bhagavad Gita explains that is Satarajatama. We can map that individuality. Then from the modern science, we can map EQ, CQ, AQ along with the spiritual quotient, your personality types, your learning abilities, how you are processing, how mind is processing, how mind is responsive to your sensual ability. The sensual ability, what is coming inside, that Gyanendriya, that is the knowledge senses, and the Karmendriya, the delivery senses. Even those we can map. So how much you are cognitized for. That is whether you are task oriented or you are relationship oriented. We have just discussed the factor of love. So from the consciousness side, for the human being, the fundamental purpose of every human being, we categorize under the four sector. If any fifth sector is there, you may notate me, or you may, after my presentation, we can discuss on that. That four fundamental things human is cognitize upon. The first factor is he want to harmonize, that is love. Then he want to serve or get served, that is seva. The third factor is he wish to have the peace into it. He want shanti into it. And fourth factor is wisdom, that is ananda. These four fundamental cognitions, every human, every brain, every organ system within us, in Jagruta Avastha also, in Supta Avastha also, and in dead sleep also, human is aspirant of these four fundamental purpose, that is love, peace, wisdom, and serve. Then what is love is, then there is a spiritual element got integrated to it. Love should be unconditional love. What is serve should be, that is niswartha karma. That is no tangible asset are attached to it, and you do what you made for. That is divine duty assigned to us. What is shanti is, it is a chirakalin shanti. It is a practicing, not producing shanti. It is practicing non-disturbance. What is wisdom is, it is your bliss mode at any moment, whether you are suffering, whether you are good, bad, any situation of life, you are blissful, you are into wisdom. These are the ideology a human can bring up, and somewhere under the four, healing part is healing energy is most important part. So these are the few.
Thank you.
So this process, just 2 minutes, I will conclude.
Yes, please. Thank you.
So how mind energy can be brought in as a healing energy to the emotional harmony, then say it will bring the self-awareness state, and it will make you the purposeful living and consciousness healing. So Manasvik we brought to integrate everything. We are calling this as a Manasvik yoga framework. It is starting from the pranic energy, from breathe, observations, then meditations, then reflections. Then another framework that we have based on a Sharira science, that yoga science, that is Sharira, Manas and Chaitanya. If time allows, we can practice Manas pranayama, what specific pranayama we design based on the conscious practice. So if we look at meditation, even meditation is not clearly understood, defined, and practiced in correct manner. So these are fundamental 6 forces. Based on that, meditation is designed, the mind parameters, mind programming, and a sankalpa. And that can be reflected as a karana, reason, the elevated intelligence of you, and completing those purposes. So these are 2 most important slides I wanted to share. For the healing, we are looking for just a tangible asset.
Yes, we are running short time. Just
yes, I'll conclude. So the tangible asset, we know everybody, but these are the transcendental benefits of the meditation and the healing processes. The memory connections, ego and emo balance in the body, the Prakritic Bija science, that is seed science, then body-mind healing, holistic health, inside-out approach, the Pratyahara, Dhyan, Dharana, Samadhi collaborative approach through the Sanyam management, and quantum effect of it. So,
thank you.
Thank you so much.
Can you please stop sharing the screen?
Yeah.
And I really like the way you explain the connection between the ancient wisdom and modern science. That was very interesting. And this ISLF healing consciousness model is quite comprehensive. And due to short time, we'll invite you for more sessions.
Yeah.
Any questions or anything?
Can you please stop sharing the screen so that I can spotlight
I'm
you,
just
Dr.
looking
Mahesh?
for that tab only. No.
Yeah.
Yes.
It was a wonderful session, Dr. Mahesh, and iSmart Life Foundation is doing an exemplary work. We still can't, I can't still stop spotlight you.
Slide is still visible.
Please stop sharing the screen.
Screen I already stopped.
Somehow it is still visible.
If you from your side, because I don't have tab now.
No, you were the co-host, so just stop sharing the screen. Yes.
Yeah, no.
Perfect. Thank you. So I know iLife Foundation is doing an exemplary work, and that was a very nice, a small snippet, I would say, of the showcase of the work you have been doing, and there's so much to share. We would be taking you more with the same topics, and we would be definitely inviting you for further chit chats in our future episodes as well as this episode as well. Thank you so much for joining us for now. Please stay around, and we'll be shortly taking up your comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It was really nice, Acharya Shivam ji, to have Dr. Mahesh Lohar with us, and we are now moving to our next guest from India, Shefali Singh, who has joined us very shortly. Global Namaste, a very good evening to you,
Shefali, you can
and a very warm welcome.
Global Namaste, I love this word.
And shall
Over
I?
to you, Acharya Shivamji. Yes, please. Go ahead. Thank
So,
you.
Shefali Singh ji is a wellness leader, entrepreneur, and founder of Wellgone. She has dedicated her life to making holistic well-being practical and accessible, drawing on years of experience in the healthcare and wellness ecosystem. She inspires people to embrace preventive wellness and healthy living. And in today's session, she invites participants to conduct a personal energy audit as a first step toward a healthier, happier, and more fulfilling life. And the topic which Shefali ji is going to address today is Wellness Begins with Healing, a personal energy audit for a fulfilling life. And I have known Shefali ji from quite a period of time, and the work she's doing is really amazing. And recently, I got an opportunity to. She invited me for an event as a keynote speaker as well. So thank you so much, Shefali ji. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. And I'm delighted, actually. So, good evening, everyone. Global Namaste. And it's truly an honor to be a part of this global energy healing. And to share this space with so many wonderful speakers and participants from around the world. Today, we are exploring different paths to healing. I'd like to explore a simple question. What happens after healing begins? So before I continue, I would like to ask you something. When you hear the word healing, what is the first word that comes to your mind? I'm sure you all would have a number of them. So it could be something like forgiveness. Yeah. What else? Peace, joy, and I would like it if you could interact a bit because I'm going from the basics, right? The idea is to get people started on a healing journey. Yet I believe every healing journey begins at the same place, awareness. Now I have another question. When was the last time you checked your phone battery? Most of us know when our phone is at a 20%, right? We know our bank balance, our blood pressure, the daily step count that we are doing. But how often do we really pause, notice the state of our own energy? People often ask me, why do you say wellness begins with healing? Because healing is not the destination. Healing is the foundation upon which wellness is built. And wellness to me, I'll be honest, is not merely the absence of any disease. It is the presence of a joyful, meaningful, and fulfilling life. Healing is the process of restoring balance in whatever area life has become depleted. An easy way for me to remember this is of the 5 pillars of wellness that we follow. Okay, that could be physical, mental, and emotional, relationships and our environment, professional, and spiritual, which is how we experience life. So, going back to what I mentioned earlier, healing is the process of restoring balance in whatever area life has become depleted. And every time we restore the balance, we create conditions for wellness to grow. Now, think of a beautiful garden. When the leaves and flowers begin to wilt, do we really paint the leaves green? we nourish the roots. Healing is nourishing the roots. Wellness is a beautiful garden that naturally blossoms afterwards. In our own lives, sometimes the body needs healing. Sometimes our mind needs the healing. Sometimes our relationship needs healing. Sometimes our work has disconnected us from the joy and the purpose and the passion. Sometimes we simply lost connection with ourselves. As these parts of our life begin to heal, balance returns. And when balance returns, wellness naturally flows. What do I mean by life energy? When I use the term life energy, I'm not really referring to any one tradition or philosophy. Different traditions describe this experience different ways. Today, I'm simply referring to the energy with which we wake up in the morning, by which we think, by which we love, by which we work, create, and experience life. The quality of our life is influenced by the quality of this energy, because wellness is not about how healthy we look. It is about how alive we feel. Today, I'll invite you to do something very, very simple: a personal energy audit. So, I want each one of you to check, not with your doctor and not with your smartphone as well. I want it to be with yourself. You could raise your hands, use your fingers, rate your energy today. 1 is completely exhausted, 5 is managing it, and 10 is being alive. Don't compare your numbers with anyone else. This is simply conversation with yourself. Now let's go a little deeper. Physical energy. How is your body feeling today? Mental energy. How peaceful is your mind? Relationships. Does your relationship energize you or drain you? Professional energy. Does your work space inspire you or simply exhaust you? And then the inner energy. How connected do you feel with yourself? Now ask yourself, which area of my life is asking healing today? This isn't your weakness, it is your invitation. Because healing begins the moment we become aware of what needs our attention. You could ask yourself one final question after that. What is that one small step that would move my energy just 1 point? Not 5 points, not 10 points. The thing is, we are always in a hurry. We want to do the big things, so we never end up doing it. We need to take baby steps, because lasting transformation happens through small, consistent, conscious choices. So there was a time in my own life where everything looked perfect from outside. Okay, work was happening well, money was coming in, children were doing well, I was managing my responsibilities, life was moving on. I was like a headless chicken, to be honest. Yet inside, my energy was quietly declining. And that experience taught me something very, very important, I felt. Wellness isn't only about how healthy we look or how much money we are making and earning. It's also about how alive do we feel. My mission is simple. It's to help people celebrate life. And that's where I connected with Acharya Sri Shivam, because he believes in celebrating life. We get life only once. and make wellness the way we live. As we come to the end of this particular session, I'd like to leave you with one thought tonight. Don't ask yourself, did I experience healing? Instead, ask, how will I carry this healing all the way tomorrow? Because healing is not just an event that we attend, it's a way of becoming. When healing becomes the way we live, wellness is no longer something that we need to chase. It becomes the way we experience life. Every morning, before you check your phones or you check your calendar, I would request all of you to just pause for a moment and ask yourself, how is my energy today? What is that one part of me that needs attention? And work towards it. Because awareness is the beginning of healing. And healing restores balance. And when the balance returns, wellness naturally flows. Now, this forum is of the world energy healing. But if we are not life ourselves, if we are not love ourselves, how will we make a difference to this world? And my mission and my joy of sharing my knowledge is just very basic, but getting people started on the healing and wellness journey. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste.
Thank you so much for sharing your insights. And 3 points which I could relate, which I personally believe in, is every healing journey begins with awareness. And second point is healing is the process of restoring balance for wellness to begin. And the third most important one is how alive do we feel? We must ask this question actually. That is energy healing. So, 30-second message. What is your one most powerful healing mantra?
What is my one most healing?
One most powerful healing mantra.
My most healing mantra. Like I said, when I wake up in the morning, there's not a single day, life happens to everyone. Acharya ji, everyone who's tuned in, life happens to everyone. There will be problems, there would be deaths, there would be divorces, there would be diseases, there would be financial issues. I've gone through everything. Yet, I wake up every morning because I feel I have a mission, I have a purpose in life. And like you, I've watched your videos where you say that your mind should not control you, you should control the mind. So I do get those thoughts. But yes, I say switch off and I take control and I say, I want to make a difference. I think having a meaningful purpose makes all the difference.
Mind is the best servant, but a very bad master.
Thank you.
So great. So, Amrita ji, any questions we want to have or anything? You're on mute.
Thank you so much, Shifali. It was really wonderful to know you personally and about your experiences as well. I would like to have our next guest, Yuwin, with us. If we can switch on the video.
So, a very young and aspiring, my spiritual friend from Malaysia, all the way to Malaysia. And he looks very young, but his work is very vast. And in April, we had spent a lot of good time, good moments. We had self-reflections. We had beautiful vegetarian Malaysian food together. And every moment, mindfully, we have explored and shared. So I thought it would be great to invite you, Yuvan, and global namaste to you.
Global namaste, Acharya ji.
And I would like to introduce you. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I would like to introduce Yuvan. Yuvan is a youth leader. He's very powerful youth leader in Malaysia, and he's social impact advocate, an international speaker committed to empowering young people through purpose-driven leadership. Founder of Project Red and winner of Supermodel Universe. For those who do not know Yuvan, he's a very famous model of Malaysia, and that we will talk later. So, winner of Supermodel Universe 2024, he inspires individuals to align their mind, body, and spirit for personal growth. In this session, he shares how energy alignment can unlock inner balance, resilience, and meaningful impact. And today, the topic on which Yuvan is speaking for 7-8 minutes is the power of energy alignment for personal transformation. Everyone is waiting for you, Yuvan, from across the globe. Over to you. Global Namaste. Warm welcome. You can unmute and go ahead. Yuvan, you have to unmute yourself.
Okay, am I audible?
Please go ahead. Yes, yes. Global Namaste. Warm welcome.
Okay, global namaste to everyone. A very warm, good day to all of y'all here, to all those good souls here. So, thank you so much, Archer G, for that brief introduction about me. So, yes, I'm based in Malaysia. So, I'm a Malaysian Indian and also a Filipino mixed race person here. So, I've got the chance to meet Archer G in a spiritual event where we shared a lot of wisdom insights with him as well. Okay, so before I start my session, I would like to start with a quote. If you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, vibration, and frequency, quoted by Nikola Tesla. So literally, according even to the science world, everything, every matters, the things that existing in this entire universe is actually made up of universe, right? Made up of energy, right? In terms of wavelength, frequency, and vibrations. So when we want to manifest a thing, right? Like, let's say everyone, we want something that's good, right? All of us manifest, whether subconsciously or consciously, whether we know or we don't know, we still manifest throughout our life till we die, right? So for the universe, right? The universe doesn't care whether you're a good person or you're a bad person. It doesn't care if you won $1 or you won $1 million. The universe doesn't care. The universe cares only our thoughts. Whether are you thinking positively or negatively. And according to that, the universe gives you back. So literally, the universe is like a mirror to you. It's like a reflection as what you project out that reality, external reality. So what is inside within you is what you see outside there. So basically today I'm going to talk about energy alignment. Okay, so the main topic, however, is healing energy, right? Healing your energy. But for me, if you ask me, I've been worked for 3 years in doing workshops and also sessions with leadership development, self-development, also leadership workshops with young teenagers, especially from the underserved communities in Malaysia. And also, right, recently I'm doing right now a project, which is a pet sewing workshop for underserved women. So to help them to give them a livelihood income and also to give them a dignity and also to provide them menstrual health care as well in Malaysia especially. So right now I've been working with that currently. So coming back to the topic, why is it very, very important for us to align our energy? Because as the saying goes, right, like first we need to clean our own house before you want to clean the rest of the houses, right? So if you want to heal the energy of the world, you first need to heal the energy within yourself. Because the entire universe is actually within ourselves, right? And if you all have read Secret book, the end of the actual secret of the secret itself is you are the divine itself. You are the universe. You are the God itself. So whenever we see, there's so many of hatred, crime, wars, cries happening outside there, it's nothing but a reflection of our inner reality. Okay, guys, so without further ado, let me just talk. Okay, So of course, all of us, we want to know how we want to like change our energy, right? So let's say right now I'm earning $2,000, right? So I want to earn $10,000. We have entrepreneurs here and everyone. So how can we achieve that? It can be in terms of finance, or in terms of health, anything, in every aspects of life. So the one thing that we need to understand is that the thing that we want to achieve, right, our desired reality is at a different level of energy. And we are actually at a different level of energy. So if in order for us to reach that energy, we need to do what? We need to actually align our thoughts, our beliefs, our words, our actions to match our desired reality. So we need to like actually increase our energy frequency from the down energy frequency up to the up energy frequency. And it's all about alignment. So some people say, you know, like, but I'm a very good person. Then why God wants to punish me? Why am I still poor? It's as simple as the law of gravity, right? You can throw a bad person down the building. You can throw a baby down a building. Both also will fall down, right? The law of gravity doesn't care whether it's a good person or a bad person. You throw them down, they'll fall down. So same, this is the law of attraction, right? This is the law of manifestation. So it's the law itself. So what you align your energy with, you focus on that, that is what the universe gives you. To put it more simple, manifestation, to put it more simple, is like a radio signal. So now we use radio, right, in cars. When we travel, we hear to FM radios, whether it's a Hindi song or an English song, you know, we tune the frequency, right? So the same thing, we are the individual here, and our thoughts is like the frequency. So when we tune to that frequency, I'm not good enough. And that I am not good enough goes out to the universe. So the universe just, okay, Yuan is saying I'm not good enough. So I'm going to give him all the things that is matching to I'm not good enough. So he's going to get his car crashed. He's going to get his thumb crashed, stumped to his table. He's going to feel bad about himself. His boss is going to fire him. So you see, the universe gives you more to amplify what you feel like. So that is how the entire universe actually works. So in terms of this, right, what can we do? First, in order for us to achieve the desired reality, we need to first change our identity itself. So how can we change our identity? The first thing is we need to change our thoughts. Thoughts is what we always think 24/7 throughout the day. If you're always thinking, I'm not good enough, I'm bad, I won't be healthy, that is what you're going to attract. But I know it seems simple as it is, but it's not as simple as that. Because why? It's shown in studies, right? Below the age of 7, during our childhood times, what you have been experiencing is what you're going to carry on through your subconscious. So your subconscious is going to like absorb like a sponge below 7 years old, right? When you're below 7 years old, your subconscious mind actually absorbs all the information from the external reality. So if you're always being seen, your parents being fighting in front of you, abusive environment, your subconscious mind is going to absorb all of it. And what you experience from the age of 0 till 7 is what you're going to have a subconscious program throughout the rest of your life. But don't worry, because why? You can change that. How can you change that? Is that you have to pre-program your subconscious mind. So one of the tips I can give you all is that scientifically, if you look at it, means we are now I'm speaking to you all consciously in the awake state. I'm in the beta wave length. So before sleeping, right, before you want to go to sleep, you feel a bit of like in a awake and a sleepy state. That is called as a theta wave state, theta state. So during this state, if your subconscious mind is very, very vulnerable. So before you want to sleep and after you want to wake up, there's this period of you feel very dizzy, you feel very blurry. You are not fully awake, you are not fully asleep, you are in between of that. And that is the best time for you to do affirmations. Because why? Your subconscious mind is vulnerable. It absorbs easily during the theta wave length. So give it a try every single day before you sleep. Tell some affirmation before you sleep. Many people, what they do before they sleep, they scroll their TikTok, they scroll their Instagrams, and that's not going to help you all, guys. So what y'all can do is that do some good things. Listen to some good podcasts, listen to some good binaural beats, and so on. And also, one more thing I would give, especially to my youths, right, for the Gen Zs, y'all can do savers. Okay, savers includes actually is
So
savers
Yuvan,
include
your 30-second message for everyone, for global people, for 30-second message, which they can imbibe the quality in their life. What would be that? I saw
sure.
your focus on energy alignment is very powerful. Your work with underprivileged women and children is very commendable. What would be your 30-second message?
My 30-second message would be that first we need to change our identity. And when you change your identity, for example, I give you an example. If I want to be healthy, I need to think as like a fit person, like a person with the six packs who's working out every day. And what would a fit person would do every single day? He would go for workout. He wake up every day. So take inspired actions. So if you change your identity, take inspired actions, you will get your desired results. And when
Yeah.
you become your highest version of yourself, that's when you can heal others. Because when you heal yourself, that's when you can heal others. And all these, right? When I told you affirmations and everything, it will not happen if you don't heal your inner traumas as well. So,
Very
guys,
good.
please heal ourselves as well. Yes,
An
because when you
empty,
heal
an
the
empty
inner self
vessel.
of yours,
I'm
yes,
reminded
that's
an
when you
empty
heal the
vessel
outside.
cannot serve others. You have to have that.
Exactly. True, true.
Great. So this was Yuvan from all the way to Malaysia. And any questions from
Yes, open
Yuvan?
to any questions.
Amrita ji, do you have anything to share? Nishad bhai, anything you want to share?
Nice presentation from your side, you went in terms of your experience, in terms of what you do, and also what you are advocating as a youth. We have with us our technical director, Nishit Bhai, if you have any questions and comments as before we move to our next guest. Over to you.
Yes, I just wanted to ask briefly, you spoke about energy alignment, but what does misalignment feel like on a day-to-day basis? How would a viewer recognize it in themselves?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Nishit Kotaji. So, how does a misalignment feels like? We would be living in an autopilot mode. That's what majority of people are doing actually. They go to 9 to 5 job. After that, they will feel the void, right? When they come back. So what they do, they just scroll TikTok. They get the constant dopamine, right? They just feel numb. After they come back, they will watch Netflix, they will eat junk food. So it's all these small things that gives you a small spike of dopamine. And you live your life throughout like that. And they feel very lifeless. They don't have a purpose. They don't have a meaning in life. And that's what you know, that's when you know that you're in misalignment. And yes, many people also have this confusion in their life. And that confusion is the beginning step in order for you to know that this is the answer that you need to find your alignment. So the basic thing I can tell you all is that, first of all, to know your alignment is that choose something that you like, that you feel energy, your passion. If you like to cook, do something about it, post contents about it, share it with people, do something that you like that gives you the life. And through that, you can continue a journey along the way and you will surely find your alignment.
Well, it's a little bit like healing of earth. I turn up here every Sunday for the past 6 years. I think I've missed maybe 3 or 4 episodes so far.
Beautiful.
I see.
Beautiful. Thank you so much,
Yeah.
Yuvan.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you
you,
so much,
Yuvan.
guys. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much for joining us. Please stay around. We'll be having more chit chats and discussions hereafter. And it's time to move to our next guest, Mridula Sankhyanan. Global Namaste, a very warm welcome to you.
Thank you so much.
So before we come
Over to you, Acharyaji. Yes.
Before we come to Miss Mirzula Sankhayan, I would like to give a brief introduction about her. Though she doesn't need any introduction, but still, as a formality, we have to do. So Mridula Sankhayan is a leadership coach, author, and founder of Vatvrish Consultant. With over 35 years of global corporate and leadership development experience in India, UAE, and UK with companies like Flipkart, Goldman Sachs, Nomura, etc. She has served the senior director for Flipkart, blending conscious leadership, energy healing, mindfulness, and emotional intelligence. She empowers individuals to lead with authenticity and purpose. And that's what the connect between Mridula Sankhayan and I share. And as all the beautiful speakers are talking about the purposeful living. And in this session, she explored the spirit of Ubuntu, how uplifting others through compassion and positive energy creates stronger individuals, communities, and organizations. Ubuntu energies, lifting each other up. Global Namaste, Ms. Mridula Sankhayan. Warm welcome all the way from India.
Global Namaste, Acharya ji, and Global Namaste to everybody present here. It is amazing to listen to such wonderful speakers, diverse perspectives on energy healing. Today's topic, as I thought about what topic to put, I felt Ubuntu energies are a much needed topic to talk about today in the world. Just setting the context a little bit, if you see around the world, there's so much chaos happening across the world, war and different kinds of unrest, chaos. And even within India, the Cockroach Janata Party, and every day we are seeing, Sonam Wangchuk on hunger strike, and people collectively gathering to solve for something, to get fairness, to get some joy in their lives, which is missing. So I thought I'll start with Ubuntu. And those of you who don't know what Ubuntu energies are, it says the meaning of the word is I am because we are. This is called Ubuntu. It's an African philosophy. And it teaches us that humanity is deeply interconnected. We all are deeply interconnected with each other. My humanity is there because you are there, right? In isolation, I can't really define myself. I define myself with the relationships that I have with people around me, my loved ones, my family, my friends, my work colleagues, and whatnot. So even my well-being is connected to yours. And if you are joyful, I am joyful. I'll just share a small example. Like today's world, if you think about it, especially having done a long career in corporate, I've seen people become very, very single-minded, focused, self-focused. So they are worried about their career, they are worried about their achievements, they are worried about their happiness. Ubuntu reminds us that if we look at collective growth, if we look at our collective healing and our collective well-being, then the joy becomes multifold. So I'll just share a story. And this story was set in Africa. An anthropologist, he went to Africa to do some research on young school-going children, saying how do they compete? And are they ready to survive in this world? So what is their competition quotient? And he put a basket of oranges under a tree, and he put all the kids a little distance away around that tree. And he said, whoever runs fastest is going to get all the oranges. And as he blew the whistle, something quite extraordinary happened. Every single kid, instead of running straight to the basket of oranges, held each other's hands and they walked to the basket together. They sat around the basket and shared all the oranges and laughed. And, when somebody asked them, why did you not just run? And you could have had more oranges. And one of the children, he responded saying, if I had all the oranges and others are sad because they didn't, then how will I be happy? And I think that's such a basic lesson in humanity, compassion, love that we have been listening this morning, since the last couple of hours, that is so fundamental, and yet people have forgotten about it. So Ubuntu, how can how can we make life better for each other? I think T.S. Eliot said this, that what is life worth living if we cannot bring joy to somebody's face and smile? So my personal test is every day, what is it that I have done today to bring a smile on someone else's face? Because energy is contagious. I'll share a concept with Dr. Stephen Covey, who wrote the book 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. And he talked about a concept of moving from dependence to interdependence. And I think that is also somewhere related to the concept of Ubuntu. Because when we are dependent, like a child is dependent, an infant is dependent on his or her mother for every single need. And that's fine. That is the stage of dependence. When we join a new organization, we don't know perhaps where the cafeteria is, how to fill up my attendance report. We are dependent on our colleagues. But how long are we going to stay in that dependent stage? From there, we start to do things on our own and we become independent. That independence gives us a huge sense of confidence. But at the same time, sometimes ego kicks in and I start to believe I can do everything. And then I stop listening to others. I stop caring about others. But growth, big projects, big initiatives don't happen just because I am independent. They happen when we start to work together with each other. And that is the state of transcending from independence to interdependence, where I collectively work together. So I think the Ubuntu energy is very, very contagious. Today we are talking a lot about healing energies. And you might have noticed when you enter a room and a person, sometimes you're sitting in a room and a person walks in and the room just lights up with energy and laughter. And everybody just starts smiling because the person who's walked in walks in with that kind of energy and aura. And you every time look forward to that person. The next party, if they're missing, you ask, hey, where is that person? But at the same time, sometimes in meetings, there would be people walk in and a good laughter must be happening. But when they walk in, everybody goes silent and the energy just goes down. And what is that? It is the energy or aura that person carries. Some people induce anxiety when they walk in. Some people carry judgment. Some people carry hope. Some carry peace. Some carry joy. So ask yourself, what is the energy you are carrying? When you walk into the room, how people experience your energy. Because, our emotional state travels faster than our words. So one negative person can really, really spoil the room. And therefore, it's so important to understand what energy am I contributing to the people around me, and am I making a difference to them? So I'll talk about 3 things. Excuse my bad throat. 3 concepts on Ubuntu. There is an energy of presence that I just talked about. Sometimes people don't need advice. If you can give your presence fully to the person, I think they will heal. If somebody is going through a tough time, you don't have to give them advice. You don't have to give them too much gyan, as they say. But if you just are there in their presence, maybe holding their hand without any interruption, perhaps just listening to them, not trying to fix anything, just being there. I think that active listening, they say, sometimes is equal to the language of love. If I can listen to somebody very deeply, when maybe they need it the most, that is the language of love. That is the presence that we can offer them. Because in that listening, you are telling the other person that you matter to me. And there is an energy of compassion. We've all talked about that. I may not know your pain, but I choose not to walk away from it. And a simple smile, a simple pat on the back could do the trick. Just asking them, how are you doing really? And then waiting to listen to the answer and not just walking away. And the third thing I will talk about is the energy of celebration. Just think about, close your eyes and let's do a little experiment. Your most joyous moments, the moments that you were happiest and you were laughing and celebrating, were you alone or were you with a bunch of people? Okay. And what I would think is, that oftentimes when I close my eyes, I think of my happiest moments and the most celebratory moments were when there were lots of people around me, my family, my loved ones, my satsang group, and they were all joyous and happy, and we were singing and chatting and dancing together. And that really is the Ubuntu energies. So I'll leave you with 3 questions, 3 reflections actually, as I close my talk. Maybe start tomorrow. Today is already end of the day almost. Who can I encourage today? That's one question. Is there somebody around you that you can encourage? Whose burden can you make lighter? And what energy will people experience after meeting you? So with those 3 questions, I'd like to close. And thank you for this lovely opportunity. I'm really delighted to be part of this beautiful global community. And this community itself is a great example of Ubuntu energies. Thank you so much. Over to you, Acharyaji.
Wow, it's so wonderful. The energy we carry becomes the energy we create. Ubuntu reminds us, I am because we are. And as I believe in Vasudev Kutumbakam, from dependence to interdependence, how beautiful it is. Any question anyone have?
Hello, great to hear about this system that you brought forward. A question, you mentioned that, we are told to protect our energy from other people, and yet you say that other people are the energy. So how do both stay true?
It's such a beautiful question. Thank you, Nishit, for asking this question. Many years back, I had read this book, Celestine Prophecy. And your question reminded me of that book because it talks about energy and aura and how sometimes our auras match with the other person. We are tuned in, and the positive connect becomes very beautiful. You are right. Sometimes, and I said this in my talk also, that sometimes people walk into the room and you feel the energy is drained. This book also talks about sometimes we connect with people and after a 5-minute conversation, we feel so drained that we like, okay, I need to take a break. It happens because perhaps at that point, your frequency and theirs is not matching. Maybe their agenda and yours is not matching. And maybe they are coming from a space that requires far more healing, right? And at that point in time, either you could move away to protect your energy, or if you feel you are strong enough and you have tons of positive energy, you bring 3-4 other positive energy people around that person, and that infectious energy will heal them. In Louise Hay program that I did, they did do a beautiful exercise. We are all very familiar with affirmations. Now imagine sitting and doing affirmations yourself alone versus Nishit, you are sitting, and me and Dr. Anukul Goswami and Acharyaji and Shefali, everybody is reading out affirmations to you and blessing you. What would be the energy of that?
Yes, definitely. It does level up the vibrations.
Yeah, so I think how we leverage the positive energy to heal the unhealed.
Wonderful. Thank you for sharing. I think Dr. Anukul has something. Let me just bring him on. Yes, Dr. Anukul.
Yeah, that Ubuntu example is a fantastic thing, Mridulaji. That's a beautiful presentation. And what I particularly would like to ask is there any difference in the Ubuntu attitude? Let me put it that way. Ubuntu attitude between cultures, between economies. I do suspect that there will be, but maybe you will be able to tell us better.
I think so. Today, if you think about certain cultures, I think it was Marshall Goldsmith's, one of the books, Outliers, was it? That talks about long living, happy communities.
Malcolm Gladwell.
And he talks about, they I think, celebrate Ubuntu philosophy without calling it Ubuntu. They have 2-3 areas that they focus on and people live up to 90 plus and 100 also, that they every day meet their friends in the evening. They have lots of friendships. Nobody's left alone. They eat together and they celebrate all the festivals together. And that brings so much joy and healing to each other. Nobody feels alone. I think one thing that kills us all is loneliness also. So I think in some communities that practice it, India also was a community like that. Even in our small towns today, I remember my dad, we came from a middle class family in small town like Prayagraj. And my dad would go to any house at any time of the day and say, "Is tea ready? I would love to have kheer." And he'll just walk into their homes. He was practicing Ubuntu. But if you go to big cities like Bangalore and Mumbai, or, people are so busy that your neighbors won't open the door for you. So I think it's the lifestyle that of the city. So perhaps Atlanta might be much more Ubuntu-ish versus New York, if that answers your question.
That's right.
I have a quick observation. So some time ago, I used to be working with one restaurant client of mine, and he had on a Tuesday, they would sponsor retired people who would then come to the restaurant, meet, make new friends, or meet old friends there, and then they'd have some games and so on and so forth, and then they'd have a meal there, and then they'd go back to their places. So once a week, kind of a social gathering for them. And he goes like, a lot of these people, when they're retired and their kids are working, there's nobody at home for them. They are lonely. They don't have anybody to speak with. And so I think this concept of shared energy, when they're in that group, they're in their element. And when they're on their own, and then they feel down. So it's a very interesting concept. Back to you,
Beautiful.
Dr. Amrita.
Thank you, Mridula ji, for joining us. And it's nice to know about Ubuntu as well as shared energies. I think we all share a lot of energies here and there, and the frequencies match sometimes, and the bells ring, and that's how that becomes the whole song of the new quorum that starts in the life of ours. So thank you so much for joining us. Please stay around. We'll have more chit chat. It's time to welcome our next guest, Vidhi. A very warm welcome, Vidhi. Global Namaste, and it's nice to know you from Acharya Shivamji. Over to you for your session. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Namaste.
Global Namaste, Vidhi Sharma.
Global Namaste. Global Namaste, Acharya ji.
Thank you. And I would like to introduce Vidhi Sharma is an entrepreneur, consciousness researcher, and advocate for mindful, purpose-driven living. Her work explores how expanding human awareness can foster personal transformation, collective well-being, and a more sustainable world. In this session, she shares why human consciousness is our most powerful renewable resource for creating lasting change. And the topic is the energy within us. The most powerful renewable resource is human consciousness. Over to you. Please share your message.
Thank you so much, Acharya ji. Global Namaste to all of you. Global Namaste to Acharya ji.
Global Namaste.
Today, I would like to invite you to reflect on a simple yet very profound question. What gives life to life? We know our bodies are made up of matter. We know the earth, the stars, the galaxies, and everything around us are made of some fundamental building blocks of the universe. But what gives these forms life? What makes a body alive? Let us begin with energy. Science tells us that energy is neither created nor destroyed. It simply changes its form. And as we know, a very famous scientist, Albert Einstein, expressed this beautifully through his famous quotation, E is equals to mc square. Matter and energy are deeply connected. Matter is another expression of energy. Now, let us look at this form from the perspective of the ancient sages.
thousands of years before modern science, the Upanishads asked a deeper question. Not only what is the universe made of, but what is the source of which everything appears. Energy itself has no birth date. It has always existed. It never begins and it never ends. What changes is not energy itself, but through forms through which it manifests. We know that Earth is formed and it has a birth, and when are the stars were born, when we know life appeared, and etc. But there are no birth of energy. There is no such thing as this date energy was formed. There are the moments when the universe express that eternal energy in new forms, just as one lump of dough can become bread and can take so many beautiful shapes. The substance remains the same while the forms continue to change. Similarly, the universe continuously manifests itself into a countless forms. Every mountain we see, every oceans, every trees, every human being is a unique expression of the same universal reality. The Upanishad calls this infinite reality, Brahman. The Kane Upanishad declares Yad vacha anubhudatam, yen yad bhudayate, that which speech cannot express, but which speech itself is expressed. There is a source behind every thought, every word, and every experience. The manifestation of this universal energy within every living being is known as prana. As you can also see, prana is also known as chi or ki. Prana is much more than breath. Breath is one of the expressions of prana. Prana is the invisible life force that animates every heartbeat, every moment, every movement, every thought, or every living cell. But there is something even more fundamental than prana. Prana can move, the mind thinks, the senses, the perceptions, they are all can be perceived. But who is aware of all of this? That is consciousness. Every night, you see, we experience a remarkable mystery. When we enter into a deep sleep, we are no longer aware of our names. Who am I? I, Vidhi Sharma, or etc., etc., researcher, my profession, my worries, or even the world around me. Yet, we made a beautiful sleep when we wake up and say, I slept peacefully. Who knew that peace? So, Mandukya Upanishad explains this statement very beautifully, that even in deep sleep, consciousness remains. The mind becomes quiet, the senses rest, but consciousness does not disappear. It silently witnesses every state. That is why consciousness is different from mind. Thoughts come and go, emotions come and go, the body changes, even our personalities evolve throughout life. Yet there is something within us that has silently witnessed every stage of our journey, from childhood to this very moment. And also, there is a beautiful quote from Katha Upanishad that na jayate mriyate ya kadachit. The self is never born, nor does it ever die. That is not speaking about the body. It is speaking about the conscious self that remains beyond all change. And as we know, very, very famous statement from Chandogya Upanishad, Tatvam Asi, thou art that. that the same infinite reality that manifests as galaxies, oceans, forests, stars, um, also shines within us. So you are not separate from the universe. You are the universe becoming conscious of itself. And when we truly understand this thing, our way of living changes. We become less fearful because we know we are part of something big. We are part of something infinite. We become less selfish. We become very being carries the same consciousness, just like my fellow participant Mridula says for Ubuntu. So we become more compassionate because harming another is, in a deeper sense, that I'm harming ourselves, that I'm harming myself. And if this conscious reality is already within us, a natural question arises that can we experience it directly? So I would like you to uh, take a moment and give it a thought that how to access this theory that we have just discussed. So, our Indian sages answered this in a very profound way. They described our true nature as Sat Chit Anand. Sat means eternally exist. Chit means the pure consciousness, the awareness that illuminates very experience. And Anand, that as we all know, is mean bliss, not a temporary one, but the happiness that depend on circumstances, not this, but the deep peace that arises from knowing our true nature. This is not something we have to become. It is what we already are. And it is simply hidden in our constant activity of mind, our attachments, our identification, body, and ego. So I would like to conclude that how can we do this? So this is where yoga philosophy comes in, where yoga uh, teaches us the awareness, the self awareness, the meditation through meditation, through disciplined living, the inner inquiry we should ask, the mind becomes calm. And when the mind becomes still, our true nature, Sat Chit Anand, reveals itself. And as we all know, Patanjali Maharshi has stated this very beautifully: yoga
Yoga
chitta
Sachitavritti
nirodha.
Nirodha.
Yes. So
Wonderful.
yoga is stilling of the fluctuation of the mind. When the waves settle and the lake reflects the sky perfectly in the same way, when the mind becomes quiet, consciousness shines in its fullness.
Great.
This understanding is the foundation of yoga, and this is what I would like you to take away. So thank you so much, Acharya. Thank you so much. And with this conclusion, I would like to end this with prayer that we that the world begins to heal as uh, the sessions is healing our earth. Yes. So we have a very beautiful prayer in Upanishad. I would like to say that. Asato ma sadgamaya tamso ma jyotirgamaya mrityormamritgamaya. That
Beautiful.
means lead us from the unreal to the real, from darkness to light, from mortality to immortality. May we not only search for energy outside us, but we discover the conscious energy within us. Thank you
Very
so
good.
much.
Very good. And what gives life to life? A very profound question by you. Your references to Upanishads show the depth of your research. And you are doing research in this space, what I know about you. And the depth of your research is just amazing. Wonderful presentation. Anything, any
Thank you.
questions? Anyone would like to ask?
I think Vidiji has very nicely put forward the concept of recognizing who you are, first of all. And number two is the more importantly, stillness of the mind to see the changes that's happening, the fluctuations in the mind that's constantly happening, and how you can calm them down so that you can focus much more on your own self. I think that's where the fundamentals of the yoga, the Patanjali Yoga Sutra works on. And that's exactly where Acharya ji is also very profoundly involved in.
Thank you so much.
All the best.
Absolutely true. Yes.
So shall
Well,
we move
thank
to
you,
our next?
Vidhi.
Thank you
Yes,
so
yes. Thank you, Vidhi. Thank you so much for joining us. Please stay around. We'll have a chit chat session shortly, and it's time to invite our next guest, Mohini Sinha ji. Over to you, Acharya ji.
So it's lovely to see you and global namaste, Mohini Sinha. How are you?
Global
Global
Namaste.
Namaste.
It's great to have you. And I would like to introduce him. He is a very powerful leader, a global leader, I would say. So Mr. Monish Sinha is an executive coach and trusted advisor to CEOs and leadership teams. With over 30 years of experience at Deloitte, PwC, Arthur Anderson, and Hay Group, he helps senior leaders build high-performing teams, shape culture, and lead transformational change, which is very important and need of the hour. And today in this session, he will explore why sustained leadership success depends not just on talent, but on the energy, mindset, and inner capability to keep growing. Talent gets you in, energy keeps you rising. Over to you, Moinish Senaji. Global Namaste
Lovely.
and welcome.
Global Namaste. Thank you for inviting me, Acharyaji. You've managed to get me in on a topic which is, I'm speaking on it for the very first time, I must confess, because normally I talk about everything else that the world typically finds it more comfortable to hear. And I thought that I could only be authentic about this if I could talk about my own story. And again, it's the first time I'm talking about my own career and what has kept me there. And this fits in really well with what I propose to talk about. So a bit about me. I've spent a large part of my career, nearly 30 years, in consulting. And I did few things before that as well in line role. But in consulting, if I look back, the very few people who started off career with me are still in consulting, irrespective of which firms they were part of. And, they all sort of vanished away. Many consultants have really come in post them picking experience, and they have built-in experience in line role, and then they move into consulting. But my breed of folks, of people who started off like me, they're sort of, most of them have withered away. There are a few who are around and who are doing really well. And if I look back, I would say that one of the things that makes this role challenging, and every job, every role has its own challenge, but this one in particular, because you got to show up really well. No client ever pays for average work, so you always show up to do it to the best of your ability, something that is valuable to your client, and that naturally means long hours, lots of travel. So I did, in the last 30 years, something like 3 days a week, non-stop. Thanks to COVID, I managed to give it breaks for about a year and a half. But before that and after that, it continued the story. And so it was very, very tough on physically, mentally, emotionally on me, as well as on my family. My wife and my parents did an amazing job to make sure that I could have this joy of doing what I did. So if I look at whatever I did, and it was certainly the skills, and without capability and talent, I don't think it's possible to last out in any of these areas. And as many of the careers, without that, none of it happens. But if I were to talk about what created the staying power. I think I managed to engineer my life around what gave me joy all the time. And that was my defining factor. So that's going to be the talk about. And so if I'm giving you a sense that I will, right from year one or a day one, I always lived in clear clarity around what is it that I need to spend time on, that would be very, very wrong. Um, so roughly around uh, in the first 8 years of my career, I was doing really well. I had two stints in global consulting firms. I had, hit at the top end of that, whatever was the conventional model. I became a partner candidate in the second global firm. And on a whim, I decided to try to get into a startup at that time. This was my 8th year into consulting, and then at very moment, everything broke loose. Uh, those I stayed there for 3 years in that startup, but the first 1.5 years, 1.5 years, or perhaps even 2 years, I felt like as if I was moving around with a blindfold on and driving a high speed car. So I didn't know what I was banging into. And I was bewildered by what the surprises that would come in front of me, including my customers, my clients, my P&L, my team. I had no grip on any of these. And I thought I would try and, grab hold of one, something else would slip by. And it was just very, very hard. And so I stayed like that for some time. And I remember a particular Sunday, and I woke up with a feeling of dread that, look, I'm going to go to work tomorrow. It's going to be the same old, uh, nose to the grind, driving around, very, very tough. And as I always did at that time, and some version I do today, is I sat down with a notebook and, I closed my eyes and, felt a little settled in my body. And I felt a somewhat meditative state. And few things that started happening in my mind was I started remembering all the stuff that I was good at. I remembered my foray into learning how to fly a kite as a 6-year old, learning to tie a kite without knowing how to tie it. Just because the older kids, the 12, 13-year-olds, would refuse to play with me. So I figured out I'll do it myself. And I actually flew it. I Later on in school, I was really good in chess. Later on, when I got into work, I did some amazing, breakthrough into a certain client in Middle East. I opened the Middle East market, for example. There were some great stories of success where it was driven by I take on something and I grind through it because there is a belief that I can. Right. So there was one quality I saw. But the other thing that I saw as I recalled these memories was that along with it there was an a process of going deeper into things. I would obsess about things. I would learn about when I was playing chess, I would have read every book in the school on chess. I had mastered or played every openings that the book taught. And I had seen all the games that the various masters played over the years and so on. And that got me really good at it. And I was very successful in school, in fact in the city that I played in. And similarly at work, in a job, the way I would obsess about learning and figuring out how do people get good at what they do, how do organizations get better at it. And I found myself obsessing over it, reading and talking to people and examining and writing about it. And then there was a third memory that came out, was that along with all this, there was this depth of I found myself caring about the human in all of these. I would, right from school, I would spend time with the quietest child in the class, and I would want to know their story, the most naughtiest, or the kid who was always made to stand outside the class because he or she was not fitting the mold of what a good student is. And I would make friends with them to understand what drives them, what's happening to you. And I found myself doing so with my colleagues, with my clients, with the employees of the clients that I got employed with. And I found that I really cared. And And in that moment, as I was sort of contemplating this, a thought that dropped in my head was, you know what I really care about? I care about creating, helping individuals and organizations become the best version of themselves. I see their best version. I care about creating that best versions, and perhaps I should just help them become one. And as soon as that thought dropped, something happened to me that hadn't happened in that first 10 years of my career. Something in my, the load on my shoulder and my body in my chest, it just dropped off. And I felt light for the very first time. It was unthinkable. And I think I teared up at that moment as well. I felt as if the whole load had shifted. And it became clear to me that I was living a wrong life up until that time. I wanted to be a really good CEO, which I didn't really care about deeply. What I really cared about is creating amazing institutions, helping create amazing leaders. And at that moment was a game changer for me. And I started reshaping my professional career since then. Of course, in that role, I handed over that role to someone else. I stayed there to see it through, and that sort of brought that shift. The final part of my talk really is to say what is it that made that staying in rhythm with this space of joy, the sense of finding working with the best version. And I think there are three practices that has continually kept me. The one, I call it the surrender. It's the sense of, look, this is what I know, what I'm good at, and I will do the best in that. I'll keep sharpening myself in that. I'll go deeper and learn to be the best version and the best in class if I can. And I'll just try and let go of where the career takes me, who signs me up, and which company do I work for. And I found that released me from trying to take control of things that I really didn't have control on. I had only control on what I could do. And what was amazing is that as I surrendered, I found amazing things or great opportunities coming up, and the stuff that was not important to me, like holding a P&L role or a head of a business or any of those, they started withering away, and I didn't even feel that I was at a loss. And yet, I really enjoyed the roles I had. I was very, very lucky there. So that was the first practice. The second practice was um, cultivating an, a relationship with the inner voice. Up until that time, I had forgotten what that inner voice felt like. I knew it when I was a child. I knew it when I was in school. But somewhere along the line, I lost connection with it. And I discovered that connection back. And it felt like that, and even as I see now, I feel it's more like staying in integrity with that voice, not trying to be something else. And staying in integrity, the best part is that I can feel it in my body. And I know each one of us know when we are not in integrity, in alignment with that voice, with that element. And our body is, I sense, I suspect, is more intelligent than our brains. And finally, cultivating a daily practice. At the end of the day, everything should show up in my day-to-day activity. And I'm proud to say that I probably manage 70 to 80% of my calendar in alignment with the stuff that gives me joy, and surrounded myself with people who bring a lot of the pieces that I am not strong in. I'm now I'm a co-founder in a startup with my wife. My wife brings some amazing skills around depth and driving the practical side of business. And I surrender and say, look, I think you're a better person in managing that, and I do what I do well. And I find that really, really works. So the daily practice is just making sure that there's an energy created for the stuff that I really enjoy. So that's really it, Acharya from me. And I'd love to respond to any comments or questions you might have.
That's wonderful. And the perspectives you have given is very powerful, though you said I'm doing session for the first time on this topic, but it doesn't look like you are absolutely professional. Your personal experiences recalling your strength and successes, going deeper into things. Absolutely. Any other friend would like to ask?
Sinaji, you would like to tell when you found some people who were not doing well or felt very upset or unhappy about things, what single thing do you think affected them most, and what could you do? How could you recognize that?
That's a great question, Anukulji. I've always found that when people struggle, they are struggling against their own grain. And the trick lies in figuring out what's in line with that, what's the rhythm there. And my approach usually is just asking them to figure out what gives you joy. What is it that is what keeps you going back for more and more? And I find that conversation helps them figure out what there is, what is that aspect. But it takes a certain amount of courage to commit to that. And I've realized that while it is relatively plain to see, that is this is the path that falls in rhythm with who I am. But it takes a certain amount of courage to be able to say, you know what, I'm going to give myself to moving ahead with that. And I find that's where people need most help. And some of the other speakers that I heard actually bring some of the tools of actually helping guiding such people in that path. Because that alone, the realization alone is not enough.
Did you mentor them, or did you question them, or did you bring them on board and try to do that?
I do mentor, but there's one thing I found in my, I try and kind of manage that balance. I try and recognize there is a line of when the person is ready and when I'm pushing. And years have taught me that there is a line that you don't cross. You allow them because that's their journey. No matter how much I push, they're not ready to accept that. And this has happened with children. This has happened with colleagues, with clients. I coach leaders. There is a time when they get it, and they need that time.
Were you able to tell them any time that if that is the way you are going to be happy, how you're going to be reaching that place, and where the disparity is between the 2 points? That's
one of my realization is feedback doesn't change people. Feedback makes people recognize that they are seeing, somebody is seeing some gap in them, then they start hiding it.
Right.
And I found that the best way is to let them discover that themselves. And that's why the point that the barrier to, if I tell you, you don't speak really well, or you talk down to your team or whatever, the person starts hiding that behavior in front of me. But if the person figures out, and my job always is try to put them on a path where they can figure that out. So without telling them, and that's the part that I'm still cultivating, Anukulji. I don't think I'm still good enough in that, but my best of my experience have been where I've managed to stay just enough to hold that mirror and say, maybe you want to think about this.
Fantastic.
I have a question.
Yes, Nishitji.
So in the teams that you have led, how do you spot that one candidate whose energy, not their CV, is going to carry them furthest in their journey?
Oh, that's beautiful. I always look out for those people. I always look out for that spark, and my approach is to look out what they do, which is discretionary, right? It's not asked of, it's not sought per se, but what do they go over and beyond? I look for depth. Where are they giving depth to? And I'll give an example. I had this colleague, a young colleague of mine, who in a large consulting work, we had a lot of moving parts. And she sat down and wrote down the process of how we should hand off and coordinate with each other without anybody asking her to do. And I saw that, and and asked her this question, and I said, "What led you to do this?" She said, "Oh, I could see these are the gaps, and I thought I could help solve it." And then slowly, my job was just to push her in front of these places, these opportunities where she could do more of that. And slowly she went on to play that role and became a leader of a mini business eventually. So it's really it's about those things that people do without being asked to in their own time, discretionary, totally discretionary.
Amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Wonderful talk. Wonderful talk.
It was great to hear you, and people have loved your session. Thank you so much for enlightening your true story. And now, Dev
Yes.
Bhattacharya.
Devi Bhattacharya ji, before we move to Sharon in a short while to US, over to you, Acharya ji, and then we'll have Sharon with us. Thank you.
Absolutely. Okay. So now let me take opportunity to introduce Dev Bhattacharya ji. And Dev Bhattacharya is a seasoned corporate leader, entrepreneur, mentor, and social impact champion. With over 40 years of experience, his work seamlessly blends leadership, excellence with service, spirituality, and nation building. In this session, he explores how the energy of selfless service can become a pathway to personal growth, purposeful leadership, and inner sovereignty. The energy service to sovereignty. Global Namaste. Over to you, Dev Bhattacharya ji.
Thank you, Namaste. Global Namaste. I think that's the term you use. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Warm greetings to everyone watching tonight, wherever the world you're joining from. And I'm perhaps one of the last speakers, and I won't take more time than is allotted to me. I should say upfront, strictly speaking, my piece is not about spirituality or healing. I leave that to people like many of the esteemed speakers here, far more spiritually advanced than myself. And what I want to talk about is something altogether more ordinary, and yet in my experience, rather rare. This is my experiences gleaned through, several years and decades of working with people, large numbers of people, and people across the world. I'm building teams and organizations across the world. And I want to share some of these learnings with you. I want to start with 3 very small examples of moments. And I just ask you, see if any of them feel familiar. You're at a party. Maybe you're new to the group. Maybe you're coming along with your partner. People around you are friendly enough, smiles and nod here and there, but everyone's caught up in their own conversations, their own people, their own world. And you're standing there, the two of you, for maybe 20 minutes, feeling just a little invisible, which for some is honestly fine. Some of us are quite comfortable being ignored at parties, and I used to be one of them. But for everyone else, it's a little uncomfortable. And then one person notices. He or she walks over, they ask about you, and they actually listen to your answers. Not while scanning the room for someone more interesting, they actually listen. And then they say, you know what? You should meet so and so. I think you'd really find each other interesting. And then they take you over and make it happen. You remember that person. For years, you remember that person. Second example, think about your phone. There are people in your contacts you haven't heard from in months, maybe years. And then one day it rings. Within about 30 seconds, you know exactly what they're calling for. They need something, a contact, a favor, a door open, something. And there's usually a brief warm up. How have you been? It's been long. We must catch up properly sometime. And then arrive at the point. And somewhere inside you, something just quietly closes. And now, has anyone ever called you completely out of the blue and said, look, I remembered you mentioned you were for me to keep an eye out for something like this. And I came across it and thought of you. Wanted you to know first. That's it. No ask, nothing they needed, just that. Which of these calls would you remember more? which person would you actually go out of your way for? Third example. Someone leaves a job or retires, a colleague, someone who's worked alongside, and within a few weeks, most people have moved on. New things to deal with, life goes on, there's a leaving card somewhere that 17 people have signed, and nobody can quite remember what they wrote. But 3 months later, one person picks up the phone, not to network, not to ask anything, just to say, hey, how are you settling in? Is the new place what you hoped for? Or how's retirement? How's it going? That's all, nothing more than that. The call is never forgotten because there was absolutely nothing in it for the person who made it. Which, let's be honest, makes it almost bizarrely unusual. And what's all these three sort of examples pointing at? Genuine, unprompted, agenda-free attention to another person. That is not our natural default, right? We're all, most of the time, the main character of our own story, caught up in our own stuff, our own comfort, our own needs. And that's not a criticism, it's just the human condition. We come with the software pre-installed, and nobody has really issued a patch yet. But the people who build real trust, real meaning, real influence on their lives, they have quietly learned to interrupt that default, just briefly, just enough to ask one question before anything else. How can I be useful to this person, this situation, this team, this society right now? That question and the sequence it unlocks is what I want to talk about tonight. I call it service, advice, earned control, the 3 stages. Or as I like to think of it, and what Acharya Shiva mentioned, the journey from service to sovereignty. So the first part is service. And I want to be clear about what I mean, because it's easy to get it wrong, and people to get it wrong in quite sort of creative ways. Service isn't making yourself small. It's not people pleasing. It's not running around doing things for people so they like you. That's not service. That's anxiety with good PR. Real service comes from a place of strength. You're completely yourself. You're directing your energy outward towards whatever is in front of you. You're genuinely asking, what does this person need? Now, what do I get out of this? What do they need? And honestly, it sounds simple, but it's surprisingly rare. And to do it and then just walk away with no expectations of return. Sorry, something's happened to the screen.
No, please proceed.
You're okay. You're okay. You're okay.
Okay. So, you're not expecting anything in return, not even gratitude. That is the real test of it. Like in the Bhagavad Gita, it's called Nishkam Karma. Action without desire of reward. One of the most profound ideas in Indian philosophy, and it turns out it's also just the most practical way to build trust with another or more human beings. And the ancient sages and modern psychology arriving for once at the same destination. Because to do it genuinely, you have to step outside your own head space for a moment. You have to interrupt the internal monodialogue. Then to do the to-do list, the self-consciousness, the mental commentary on what everyone in the room thinks of you, and actually see the person in front of you. Most people never quite make the interruption, not because they're bad people, just because self-absorption is the default. And most of us have never made a conscious choice to do something different, right? It's rather like being told to breathe consciously and manually. Perfectly possible, just not something that we are used to getting around to. The ones who do, even occasionally, even imperfectly, they stand out remarkably. Because the bar in its truth is not that high. It just feels high because so few people actually try to clear it. And service is the only entry fee in life that never expects anything back. And it's the only door that reliably opens what comes next. And the next is advice. And this is where I think most people make their most consistent mistake. They want to give advice before anyone has asked for it. They jump in with opinions, solutions, suggestions, before they build any real foundation of trust with the person they're talking to. And I understand the impulse. You want to be helpful. You can see what needs to happen. Frankly, waiting kind of feels inefficient. But unsolicited advice, however well meant, almost never lands as help. It usually lands as kind of somebody trying to control. It closes people down rather than opening them up. And most of us have a relative who does this at every family gathering, or a friend who's bearing at all friends meets and parties. And we know exactly how it feels from the receiving end. And here's what changes when service comes first. When people have genuinely experienced you're someone useful, someone who noticed them, who remembers something about them, who showed up without needing anything back. And I've experienced that even when you're dealing with juniors or you're dealing upwards with seniors. Something shifts in how they see you. They start coming to you, they start asking, what do you think I should do here? And that moment matters enormously because it was earned, not assumed, not taken for granted. And when advice is invited rather than pushed, it carries completely different weight. You're not pushing something at someone, you're responding to a genuine invitation. Each time that advice proves useful, the next conversation comes with even more trust in it.
Wonderful. So, due to short of time, I would like to
Yes.
take opportunity to make you a 30-second message. What our audience should listen from you in 30 seconds? A small, crisp message.
Okay, let me just shorten it. So, I know I've missed out a very important part. So, we're talking about transforming energy and living with real purpose. And this is where I asked you to direct that energy. Not towards leading first, not towards being heard first or recognized first, towards serving first. Genuinely, quietly, without an agenda. And that is the hard part, without expecting a gold star for it. That works the same way, whether you're a healer or someone's coming to your help, or a leader, and your team needs direction, or just a person at a party. Notice someone standing alone, deciding whether to walk over. That interaction changes when you ask the first question differently. Now, what do I need from this? But what this moment needs from me. So service followed by advice, which somebody will seek, leading to earned control, the control that is given to you by virtue of the fact that you are a good advisor, you're a good listener, you're a good promoter of good interpersonal relationships. And that is where you earn your control of situations, of organizations, of people's destiny. Thank you.
Dev Babu, that was profound. That was profound. I must confess, it sort of opened up a lot of thoughts in my own mind and how I behave with others as well. I think it is very, very important. Just to be completely without any selfish requirements. Fantastic, Dev Babu. Thank you.
I will say one thing that, since I was very young, my parents have brought me up to do service within the community, as a result of which I have done well over like maybe 18,000 hours contributed over time. But the thing is this, let me ask you this question. Many people serve until they're empty. So where is the line between giving energy and losing energy?
I think my experience is this, that when I give, and it has been a transition. It's not like I was very giving. Initially, you are a lot more taking than giving, right? But when you give, your energy ka bhandar just increases. And I'm not joking. Personally, I'm saying I'm retired. I have a limited sort of resources to operate on. But I I told all the caddies in my Wellington club, caddies for the golf club, that किसी को भी health का, education का जरूरत है तो मुझे बोलना. I knew I overstepped. How much could I actually do? You'll be surprised. I am able to meet almost 50% of all the requests that come to me. Where is the money coming from? I have no idea. It comes. कोई कहीं से redeem कर दिया, my mother's fixed deposit landed on my account. I don't know. It just comes through. And it's just, I think in general, when in a meeting or in a group, in a friends group, you are listening and letting people talk, they tend to start looking at you much more than the guy who's trying to talk all the time.
Well, I
You get
suppose
the attention, you get the energy, the
energy
positivism comes
flows
when you
where your
ask them,
focus
clarify.
goes.
Yeah. So
Very
I think
relatable.
giving से भंडार बढ़ता है और कुछ नहीं होता. मैंने ये देखा.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Unsolicited advice never lands.
Yep.
The line really touched me. And the service, when service comes first, it builds trust. And I totally agree. This is the law of universe. The more you give, the more you receive.
The more you receive.
The
In
three
fact,
examples are worth carrying. The
Yeah,
three examples
build
are worth carrying over.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for enlightening the audience. Very,
No,
very
most
relatable.
Thank
Any
you.
question anyone wants to ask? Or any?
Thank you, Deva Bhattacharya. It's lovely to meet you and your perspective, to know about how energy can be a very big source of healing for one own self by just giving energy. You
Just
don't have to
giving
do anything. I think this is one of those parts or the facet which the more you give, the more you get. And I think the whole purpose comes up with a self-satisfaction, which is the biggest prize and reward that you get for yourself. And that's the basic
think
thing.
there's
And
a
it just reminds me of Kabir Ka Doha. Yeah.
there's a major, I would like to use a word called daan versus charity. There's a big difference between the two. Daan is what you give even when you're hungry and you've got some plate and you want to give a food to somebody else. Charity is something when you've finished everything and you've finished your requirements and whatever is left you give it to others. That's a fundamental difference between daan and charity. Daan is an essential part of our tradition, as opposed to charity, which comes in a very different way.
I think
So
एक और चीज है, if I may just add,
yes,
एक और चीज है that when you're giving, वो हमारे शास्त्रों में लिखा गया है that the way जिस तरह से आप पेश आते हैं दान देते वक्त, एक तो बोलते हैं आप देखो ही मत ताकि कोई पता भी नहीं चला कि इसको कौन दिया है, पर उसके बाद जो रिसीव कर रहा है उसको इतना रेस्पेक्ट दें कि उसको ना लगे कि ये मुझे डिसमिसिवली डिस्पेंस कर रहा है. तो ये देने वक्त जो रिसीवर को जो रेस्पेक्ट देना होता है, अगर आप पूरा दे भी नहीं पाए, थोड़ा भी दे पाए, इतना मतलब वो खुश होता है, उसके चेहरे में जो मुस्कान है, जो सेल्फ रेस्पेक्ट आता है, दैट इटसेल्फ इज फुलफिलिंग. और बाकी कुछ जरूरत नहीं पड़ती पूरा पैसे देने का, ये देने का. आई थिंक एक वो भी है.
It's beautiful because it reminded me of serving the divine. You know,
Yeah.
with Acharya ji, we do Bal Bhog, and it's called Bal Bhog, serving the divine. So when we meet with underprivileged children, we never say that we are here to feed you or spend time with you. We say, just like we'll offer food to divine, we are offering this to you because we see that divine in you. So I think that intent of भाव, जिस भाव से आप वो ऑफरिंग को दे रहे हैं, उसकी बहुत महत्ता है. Yes. Thank you. I love your session.
जो हमारा एंकर है, जो हमारा ईगो है, that dissolves.
That dissolves.
When we are in this giving mode, rather than saying I am the doer, I am giving. So the moment I comes, more donation.
Absolutely. So, before we move to Sharon, your last minute comment, I would like to ask Dr. Mahesh Luharji your 1 minute of comment before we move to USA with Sharon Rose and our Bill Douglas. Over to you. Yes, Dr. Mahesh Luharji.
Yeah, it is very privileged that so many Lawrence and contributing the insightful insight. I would say that is the correct term. And so you made the evening here. So this forum made really definitely contributing. It is not just discussion.
Absolutely.
It is beyond discussion, and the inner power of us will grace everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Acharya Shivamji, and thank you, Dev Bhattacharya and all the guests and Mridulaji. It's time to move from India to US, where we have Sharon Rose, our beautiful guest, who is our regular contributor, episode producer of many episodes, as well as an energy healer, and a lot more. And we would like to share a regular topic, a beautiful topic of energy healing. Global Namaste, and a very warm welcome to you, Sharon. Good morning.
What a beautiful program today. Global Namaste, everyone.
Global.
As always, it's a pleasure to be here. And, I did a beautiful interview. Here in Crestone, I've talked about Crestone a lot and brought on people from this very special place that was created by my dear friend, who's been many times on the show, Hannah Strong, to house the world's religions. And so today's topic about energy healing, for that, there are two different aspects I'm going to bring on, two different perspectives. One is a video I did with Jim Sensei from the Shumei International Institute from Japan. And they have, well, you'll see. I think I'll start with that. And then Bill Douglas, I just asked him to come on so we could talk about Qigong and Tai Chi.
Why
as
not?
Really, really amazing.
So, global
ancient
Namaste to you,
methods
Bill Douglas. A very good morning as well.
of energy healing.
Rena, hi, Rena.
And perhaps at the end, I'll show the trailer for the film, Quantum Chi.
If I could, just before you do that, I don't know if Acharya is still on, but I just wanted to comment something that you guys were talking about seeing the divine in you guys were talking about seeing the divine in everyone's eyes. And the last time I was on, when Acharya was on, he was talking about how when we lead our meditations in our classes as teachers, it's nice to be able to kind of get lost, in that drifting state with our students, and then how hard it is to keep track of what we're teaching when we do that. And what you start to realize is it's like when we're in that process where it's it's like, we're thinking, it's like we're like a particle. It's like we're feeling ourselves as a separate thing from the universe. But then when we let go and go into that, that drift, that alpha state, that's when we become a wave in the ocean of the universe. And I just want to close with just this. Alan Watts, for many years, Alan Watts was the West's window to the East. It's like we did not understand yoga science and Tai Chi and Qigong here in the West at all. But Alan Watts, he was the first scholar to go east and really, experience these practices. And he said that it's not uncommon for people to have extraordinary consciousness experiences. And he said that one of the things that's common to people whenever we have an extraordinary consciousness experience is when we come back, we see the divine in everyone's eyes. And so that's just what you guys were talking about, and that really stuck with me. That sense where it's not like you're doing good. You're just doing what any normal person would do if you're connected to the whole universe. Right? It no longer becomes like some moral, glorious thing that you're doing. It's just normal, everyday functioning, because you just see the divine everywhere you go. And yeah, that was really beautiful what you guys were talking about.
Yes.
Thank you. Over to you, Sharon, and let's have your recorded
We'll start with the video, and then Bill and I will talk about Qigong. So if you give me the ability to share, then I
Over to
can.
you.
Okay, it says
Um,
disabled share, host, disabled
wait.
attendee
I
screen
will
share.
make you just a second.
That's a cool necklace, Sharon.
This is the
Please share
Egyptian,
now.
the Egyptian goddess.
Yeah, the
Hathor.
Egyptian goddess. You are in a Egyptian goddess form today, Sharon.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Let's see, entire screen. Also share audio.
Hello, I'm Jim Kashiwagi from Shumei Denver Center. Shumei is a spiritual organization originating in Japan. Official name is kind of long, Shinji Shumeikai. Shinji Shumeikai is official name, but we introduce ourselves briefly Shumei. Shinji means divine love, divine love. Shumei means supreme right, supreme right. And Kai means just organization. Shumei aim at the creation of ideal state of health, happiness, and harmony by applying the philosophy of our founder named Mokichi Okada, known as Meishu-sama, an honorary title meaning Master of Light, Master of Light. But 1923, big, great Kanto, Tokyo earthquake struck to Tokyo area, destroying his commodity and then everything store. So he would write later, there was nothing to do but return to God. Okay. And he joined Omoto, and then he start meditation, intensive meditation, and polish his soul, and then try to get one with God. Then he realized establishing newspaper company was not good enough to help all humanity. Okay. Universal spiritual awakening was one key to create this peaceful, harmonious world. Okay. Then he created this healing called Jore. And lot of recipients return to express their gratitude, the effect of that healing. Okay? So we are practicing Jore healing. Okay? Jo means purify, and Rei means spirit, and purification of spirit. So we human consist of not only physical body, we believe, but also spiritual body. Then fundamental cause of any problem, even emotional, financial, okay, physical, okay. This cause of impurity within the spirit. Everybody has this impurity. Okay? So Jore is a healing method of cleansing that impurity within the spirit. So when we perform, there is no body contact, just we simply lift their hand like this. Then healing energy from higher being and divine source passes through the palm of the giver into the recipient. And we are focusing on forehead first, generating divine light through the palm of the giver into the recipient. Okay. Then, after that, we ask to lower the recipient head. Then we are focusing on top of the recipient head. Okay. Forehead and top of the head. Somebody might say third eye, crown. Okay. So then that light generate all the body energy. Then some healing technique focus on if somebody have a like stomach problem, generate the light, that specific part. Okay. But we believe energy has an intelligence. Okay. So if person has a problem, energy automatically gather that part and melting that toxic element and come out from the body. So we are just vessel. Okay. So we don't have to use our energy. Okay. Some healer using their own energy and after that so exhausted. But the more we share the light and more we become energetic. Okay. So that's the main difference from regular healing technique and Jore practice. So inside our heart full with love and compassion and serenity, and then we just become vessel, okay, and trust in God and trust in Meshu-sama and trust in the universe, okay. So that joy and energy flow and dissolves the fundamental cause of unhappiness, okay, spiritual crowds. Everybody has this burden. Love for others. So we don't do joy, self-joy like this. Okay? Always our palm towards other people. This is a message we need somebody to trust and rely on. Okay? We human beings trust each other and rely on each other. So that's joy, essence of joy. So Shumei has a two essential pillars. One is gratitude. The other is love for others. Okay? So while sharing the joy, our heart filled with gratitude, then loving for other people. But we don't have to have attachment. Okay? I need to heal this person. Okay? No, just rely on the universe and trust in the universe and God, Meshu-sama. So that's the key essence of inner element. We need to share the light with other people. Okay. Thank you. Shumei is aiming at the creation of ideal state of health, happiness, and harmony. Okay? And in order to fulfill our goal, we are focusing on three core activities. Okay? One is cultivating our spirituality through Jore healing. Jore is a Japanese word meaning purification of spirit, focusing on focusing on two important points: third eye and crown. Okay, that's a Jore. Then second thing is appreciation of art and beauty. Art have a power to uplift human being, and then art has been a method of communication among people for a long time. Okay, so then in order to achieve our goal, salvation through the beauty, we established Miho Museum located outside of Kyoto, and then we assembled masterpiece throughout the world, and especially chosen for its spiritually enriching qualities. Okay. And then the museum was designed by renowned artist I.M. Pei. Then, thirdly, we are promoting natural agriculture. Okay. More than 90 years ago, our founder, Mokichi Okada Meishu-sama, realized the environmental destruction and increasing disease caused by the use of pesticide and chemical fertilizer in agriculture. So nowadays people have acknowledged how dangerous it is, but back then nobody thought that way. But he already realized. Then he created this farming method called natural agriculture. Natural agriculture focus on the withdraw the potential from the soil, which is basic substance of our Mother Earth. So in order to strengthen the power of soil, we don't use pesticide, chemical fertilizer, insecticides, and that kind of unnatural thing. We just try to make soil moist, warm, and soft using just compost. Okay? So, and then natural agriculture is not just a method of agriculture. Okay? It is more like spiritual practice. Okay? So plants respond or thoughts, words, and deeds who care for them. So in that sense, natural agriculture is not just a farming method. It is a way of think about nature. It means it respect, respond, rather than dictate the need of nature. So our founder, Mokichi Okada, said, nature can teach us everything. If we observe nature, we can understand many things, okay, and everything. Okay. So that's the key essence of the natural agriculture. So Shumei create heaven on earth, our final goal, and in order to achieve this goal, so Shumei is focusing on 3 core activities: joy, spiritual healing, appreciation of art and beauty, and natural agriculture. Thank you for listening.
I like the smile that he had all the way during he spoke. It clearly shows his mental makeup. He's quite obviously
Yeah.
very different in his attitude towards the world in general.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was so taken by the beauty of everything that they bring forth, the beauty of their center here, their this Joré healing, which they do every Saturday. They set up that little booth. That was my husband Jay being healed, and in the park at the Saturday market, and anyone can come. their food is amazing. We should bring them on for one of the vegetarian cooking shows.
Vegetarian kitchen. Sure.
Yes, and they're just so loving. I feel so happy. And so, just like being on Healing Our Earth, I feel so seen and understood. And, we're on the same frequencies, we could say, energetic frequencies. Our mission, if we call it that, is very similar in bringing beauty and healing to as many people in the world as possible. I'd
Sharon,
love to.
how many people go there? How often people go there?
It's probably the most, besides the ashram here, it's probably the most attended. They have a lot of groups come from Japan, young people. They get a lot. That's really beautiful. Have a lot of young people come from Japan and from actually all over the world to be here and do their kind of seva, right? And yeah, I'm a member. I joined. I wanted to learn Jore. I had training. I've had training in a number of healing modalities, energy healing, like craniosacral therapy, and this just seems so beautiful. And I just, the way I connected with them is that I played some of my music that I'm working on for the film, and they really understood what I'm doing with the sound healing is a big part of energy medicine. And so I've been really working in that area to bring forth just really, like yesterday, I was feeling I've been working very hard because, I'm bringing the movie out. Bill can tell you that. We've been in lots of meetings. And I was just feeling, maybe from sitting in the computer, like I was feeling like my nervous system felt like out of whack. So I just put on this music that I'm working on and lay down and did all my combo of Feldenkrais exercises, yoga, and dance exercises with this music. And by the end, I was completely refreshed and renewed. And sound healing is created to bring that energy, that flow of chi, that flow of vibration through the body. And I really felt its effect yesterday. So we've been going deep into different aspects of sound healing. And we should be finished this in about a few weeks, actually, this album,
nice.
Endless Grace. But I have Bill here, so we want to talk about Qigong and Tai Chi as methods of energy healing. So Bill, I'll turn it over to you for a bit.
Yes. Sharon, we would like to tell our viewers about a future episode. So I'll be sharing the screen and I am not sure how it works. Can you see the screen?
Yes.
The full screen?
I see the screen. Yes.
You're seeing the what do you call, entire computer, all the programs?
It is not full screen. You need to expand your browser. We can see the rest of your desktop.
Yeah, the desktop thing.
Hey, just a second.
If you press next,
that's right. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. So let's have our future episodes for our viewers. So the next week we are showing, Sharon, over to you.
A really special, very special show, Guru Purnima special. This is where we really honor our gurus, the ones that, give us that chi, that prana, this energy that, lead us on the path to enlightenment or in, being a great dancer or a great healer or all of these things. So this is next Sunday, the 26th of July. So please join us for this. And then
Guru Purnima special, and then
International Day of Friendship. Oh, this was so much fun last year. We had all
Yeah.
kinds of people coming in and singing songs. And yeah, so this is the Sunday, the 2nd of August, International Day of Friendship. So come in and bring your friends, and we'll talk about the beauty of friendship. Then, yay, India Independence Day. Unite, empower, celebrate Independence Day. International Youth Day, igniting the spirit of freedom and youthful potential. You know, it's interesting. I don't know, you probably know, I've been reading about this new political movement by the young people in India called something about cockroaches.
I see.
So I know their main thing is freedom. You know, they want jobs. They want, just like here in the US, you know, the young people want a really beautiful future. And so let's, on India Independence Day, let's talk about this desire for freedom in our great democracies. Then we have Agnihotra, Healing Earth, Body, Mind, and Spirit. And that's on the 23rd of August. And that is always just such a lovely, lovely show. Oh, we have more. Okay.
Janmashtami special.
Yes. Yes. Celebrate Krishna. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Okay, so that we have. And yeah.
And on that show is wonderful because we have lots of kirtan and, you know, people talking about their love of Krishna. And, you know, as a Kathak dancer, what I found fascinating was that, you know, according to my Guruji, Sitara Devi, you know, Kathak was originally brought in by the Aryans into India, and they worshipped the earth and the rivers and all that. And so the way that these teachings were transmitted to the people were through these katakas, dancers, storytellers, and musicians that would go from temple to temple, and they would embody the myths and stories, Saraswati, etc. When the Mughals came in, they still had a great love of art and dance and music. And so they brought the Hindu dancers and musicians into the temples, and they took away all the kind of Shiva and Durga, but they left Krishna, because in the Sufi tradition, which is, you know, very deep part of the Mughal, their spiritual tradition, it was always about the relationship between the human and the divine. And so they loved Krishna because it was a similar devotional practice. So they left all the Krishna stories in the dance, right? And so, yeah, maybe I'll even show, I have a little tumri of Krishna and Radha that I could show on that day from many years ago.
Definitely.
So
Sharon, before we wind up, let's have our comment from Bill Douglas and your chit chat, and then final comments from Dr. Anukulji and Nishit Bhai, and before we conclude, over to you, Sharon.
Okay. Well, for 10 years now, I've been immersed in Qigong and Tai Chi and Taoism and the ancient Chinese traditional medicine, making this film, Quantum Chi. And Bill Douglas is one of my associate producers. Bill was the creator, 27 years ago, of World Tai Chi and Qigong Day. And now also he's working on what's called the Global Transformation Project, which is to bring Qigong, Tai Chi, yoga, meditation, and mindfulness into schools everywhere to really revive and, you know, bring our earth into a whole new vibrational phase, bringing the children. Can you imagine if, well, in India, this happens, having yoga and these 5 and the arts in schools from very young. I was thinking, as a dancer, if I would have learned Qigong as a child in school, as a dancer at 3, when I started ballet. It would have altered everything. I would have a deep spiritual understanding, yoga too, all of these forms. And also there's a self-healing quality of Qigong that I was so taken with after all my years of, my immersion in India. I found the similarities of the spiritual essence so deep that I've spent all these years creating this film, which has 28 different masters talking about the different aspects of Qigong Tai Chi and its healing qualities, its spiritual upliftment qualities, etc. And Bill, who spent 27 years and more, he's been teaching in hospitals and other places for so long. I want to, have you speak about Qi as an energy healing technique.
Yeah. As we, one thing I want to mention is this Gospel of Science second edition. It's going to be free on September 10th on Amazon Kindle ebooks. And it has 700 pages of science to back up the concepts that I talk about. But we look at the science and we realize everything's vibration. You were talking about sound healing and music earlier, and we're just these vibrating energy beings. It's all science now, and what the science is starting to show us is that these masters that pass down, all the practices that we're all doing, these incredibly sophisticated mind-body practices that are spreading across the planet as we speak. They really, what it seems like what the science is showing is they're not making us different. They're reminding us what we are, which is connected, energetic beings that have the ability to change our vibratory rate and heal. And so like in our hospital classes, we offer the science to prove to the patients or the students that these practices, Tai Chi, Qigong, Yoga, meditation, mindfulness, are all proven to, help you treat or even heal from these chronic health conditions that, most people are dealing with as they get older. And the biggest challenge is getting them to believe that that's possible, because they think that if we could self-heal, which is, we're healing machines. That's what the science is showing, if we understand it and if we believe it. If we can't believe it, then it can't happen. That's just the nature of the universe. And so the big challenge for these folks is to be able to believe that their bodies are healing machines, because they don't, they would think they'd be hearing it from their doctors or from their television sets or reading it about in the newspaper if there was this huge truth that our bodies are healing machines and that we can heal from most illnesses using mind-body practices. So it's a vibratory rate in the planet. There's like a density. I don't know if any of you guys ever watch any of these 3D to 5D transition videos on YouTube, but if you haven't, you should check them out because it really feels like that is happening. It's like we're shifting, what we're doing right here, all of us coming together. These things are happening all over the planet. Sharon and I have been on a real adventure because we've been meeting people that are doing these amazing things and seeing what we're seeing and what we're all talking about in a lot of different venues. I'm not talking about just mind-body circles. We're talking about in the arts and in cinema and different places. And I talk to people constantly about these things. And it just seems like this whole vibratory rate of the planet is starting to shift out of this dense, thick 3D Newtonian perception of reality into the quantum reality of everything's connected. And Sharon was alluding to, as we get mind-body, the goal of the Global Transformation Project is mind-body education as a core part of public education, because it makes absolute sense. If you're going to teach kids where their kidneys are, you're going to show them pictures in a health class, you're going to show them where their kidneys are, where their heart is and everything. Why not be teaching them scientifically proven techniques to not have hypertension, to have homeostasis with their blood pressure and with their blood sugar levels. We know that these practices do that. So as we look at this, we start to realize it's all vibratory rate, teaching kids how to stay in touch with that natural meditative state that they're in most of the time as children, and then they lose it, but they wouldn't lose it if we had mind-body education. And that would change the planet on two levels. Sharon was alluding to it. It would change the world on one level, because you would have a whole generation of mind-body masters, because what we're advocating is 1 hour a day, kindergarten through 12th grade. It would be like a hybrid physical education, health science class, and it would be teaching mind-body, the big five. And so you'd have this whole generation of mind-body masters that wouldn't be suffering from most of these chronic health conditions, saving trillions of dollars every year and reducing police, prison costs, all these expenses, these social expenses. Because that's the effect that the science shows that it has on people when they practice these things on a regular basis. But the other effect is that you would be when mind body becomes a core part of public education around the world, and it should, it's a no-brainer, and it will at some point. But when it does, what's going to happen is you're going to be bringing hundreds of millions of new meditating minds onto the planet. And some of the science that I have in this free book, Gospel of Science, 2nd edition, on September 10th, it shows that when you get a small percentage of a city's population practicing high-level meditation together, it has massive effects on reducing violent crime rates, emergency room visits, all kinds of things. And so we know the science is solid on this. There's lots of research on this, and I have it all in this book. You're just not hearing about it anymore. But the potential of it is explosive. And so the thing is, you introduce hundreds of millions of new meditators onto the planet, and this vibratory rate of the planetary consciousness is going to go through an epic change that really, it may be the biggest change that has ever happened in the history of humanity. They called it the Great Leap Forward about 50,000 years ago, where suddenly, for some reason, all over the planet, the people that were on the planet at the time, they went into higher, more sophisticated levels of agriculture and science and, everything about their society. It just had this uplift 50,000 years ago. But introducing hundreds of millions of meditators into the global consciousness, this could have a larger impact than the Great Leap Forward 50,000 years ago. We're in the middle of something huge that's happening on the planet Earth right now.
I think there's a lot of change that is happening across the world. People are beginning to realize lots of these changes. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sharon. Thank you, Bill. You've already put in a lot of effort to get the book, because I've got a copy of the book and I do read it from time to time.
Oh, good. Thank you. Yeah.
Wonderful.
I'd love to
And
talk to you
Bill
about it.
and I are now working to develop a global mycelial network using Quantum Chi, the film, as the catalyst, in which even Healing Our Earth could have an online screening of the film and have Bill and me there, or some of the teachers there. And we want to make it very equitable for everyone involved to not only, feel the chi and learn from the film, but also, earn a little money, which we all could use right now with the cost of food is unbelievable here. I mean,
Yeah, it would be a perfect fun. It'd be a perfect fundraiser. Yeah,
tomatoes all ripen because it's little tomatoes here are like $2 now. So we have to. That's another piece of what we need to do. If think about it, if children were not only learning all of this, but also connecting with nature, bringing their energy, as I've said in some of the vegetarian cooking shows, when I watered the plants, I was doing Lakshmi mantras, right? Or other mantras to put that chi, that prana, that energy into the food. And imagine if, we took all these principles, deep, beautiful spiritual principles from India, from China, from these ancient traditions, and, really taught them and have children understand them and immerse themselves in the beauty of humanity and the beauty of the earth. What it could do. We could heal our earth.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
some of the science that's very exciting, because you have to justify everything with science when you're talking about public education. And gratitude consciousness as a scientific term. And when we see the beauty of something like the flowers that we're watering or whatever, or the sound of the water going on, whatever, when we're in that state where we're in that heart-centered consciousness where we're feeling that beauty, science calls that gratitude consciousness. And it so profoundly affects us that they can see molecular changes in the heart and the brain when we go into that gratitude consciousness. So we can be teaching children how to do these things without teaching a dogmatic religion. We can teach it in science-based ways in the language of education. And it's not that hard to do. I've done it in schools, and I know people are doing this in schools all over the place. There was in South Carolina, they were trying to get yoga into, I think it was South Carolina, they were trying to get yoga into the public schools, and they had a backlash from some of the fundamentalist religious community. And so what they did was they worked it out. And so they, there was some superstitions or biases that, that they didn't understand. And so like they didn't want students to say Namaste at the end of their yoga practice. Okay, so they worked it out. So they don't say Namaste. I'm not saying that was right or anything. It's just, the Tai Chi way is to flow through the cracks. You know what I mean? And to find the way into those venues in a way that it can happen with the least friction and the least resistance. And so what we're advocating is science-based teaching of the wisdom that we've gotten, because really, what all these practices teach children is they teach children that you are part of nature. When you feel your breath, when you feel the beauty of your connection to the universe, it's like you're part of nature. And so there's different languages that we can use for all this stuff, but it still honors the traditions. It's just that you see what I mean? Yeah.
Yes.
I think it's well past
Thank
11
you.
o'clock for Amrita, I think. It's
Yeah.
it's 11.
Thank
It's
you.
11:15
Thank you
past or
very
something.
much. Your last minute of comment, Nishit Bhai and Dr. Anukulji, and then we conclude with Sharon.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bill.
I
Thank you
think
so much.
the meeting was fantastic. We had heard so many things from karma to how you try to address your mind and get in the right direction. I was driving, of course, I heard all the things. At the end, we really had some very subtle messages from various big CEOs who know how to manage the centers and how to manage and control your emotions. Fantastic set of topics. And energy healing is truly very much in vogue. And thank you once again. Amrita, do you want to do, or should we request Sharon Rose to do our Gayatri Mantra?
Yeah,
as
Nishit
usual?
Bhai,
I,
your
I
last
was
minute.
just going to say that, what a wonderful episode. There were so many different nuanced approaches to energy healing. Some things I'd
Yes.
never heard of or considered before. And so it's a great way to educate and inspire people to go and explore these topics a little bit more in depth. But before we conclude, I would be falling short if I didn't say thank you to our episode co-host and co-producers Hiral and Acharya Sri Sivam.
Absolutely.
And I think Amrita ji, as usual, you've done a stellar job in hosting the whole session. So well done on that. Sharon, thank you
Thank
for
you.
always,
Thank you.
bringing your wonderful guests and your insights at Healing Our Earth. You're very much part of the family. And that's it. I leave,
Thank
the session feeling a little bit more enriched than when I came in.
Yeah. Thank you, Nishit Bhai. Thank you for being there with me and also Dr. Anukulji. And as usual, I'd like to thank personally Sharon. You always bring in last moment joy for me. And a very big thanks to Hiral Merchant as well as Acharya Shivamji for bringing and guests and co-producing today's episode. And also a very big thanks to Bill Douglas for joining in as we move from crystal healing to an understanding of vibrations and energies to Tai Chi, Qigong. It's a very versatile way of understanding energy healing, and I think it needs more deeper diving investigations to know how clinically we can use it in a profound way to establish it as a complete system of medicine in one way and a non-pharmacological way to heal people. So thank you very much. Sharon, I'd request you to wind up today's
today's
episode with a mantra. Thank you.
Okay. Gayatri mantra. Om Bhurbhuvat Svaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhuvat Svaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Yo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhuvat Svaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.